And I'm particularly proud that through this ecosystem, we have witnessed the emergence of millionaires and billionaires whose wealth stories were significantly shaped by the opportunities within the real estate. That to me is what impact looks like. Today, BLG has facilitated over $1 billion in real estate transactions. We've worked with over 100,000 development partners, over 100 development partners, and provided our community an access to numerous real estate investment opportunities across the different markets. But beyond the billions in transactions, beyond the property sold, beyond the partnership and listing we created, our greatest achievement is the transformations of life. Because we did not build BLG because we simply to sell real estate. We built BLG to build people. We built BLG to create. Thank you. We built it to create access. We built it to democratize opportunities. We built it to show that an ordinary person with the right knowledge, the right platform, the right relationship, and the willingness to work extraordinarily outcomes are possible. And perhaps one of the most beautiful parts of our story is this: the people we lifted have gone on to lift others. Realtors have become team leaders. Team leaders have become entrepreneurs. Sales professionals have become investors. Realtors have become developers. And people who once came looking for opportunity are today creating opportunities for hundreds and thousands of others. That is the effect of BLG. It's a multiplier effect of empowerment, because success is not measured only by how high you rise. True success is measured by how many people rise because you did. And that's our legacy. BLG, yesterday, today, and into the future, we continue to rise by lifting others. Our industry. And we must think Africa. And that is why the spirit, and that's the spirit behind Arise Africa. BLG roots is deeply rooted in real estate. You agree with me? But Arise Africa represents something much bigger, because the Africa we want cannot be built by one profession. It requires the developers, the entrepreneurs, the bankers, the technology innovator, the farmers, manufacturers, the investors, the policy makers, the architect, and every one of us that are in this room. You are not here accidentally. You are here because in one way or the other, you are a builder. And Africa needs builders like you. Sometimes we speak about African resources and immediately think about what lies beneath our soil. But I believe that Africa's greater resources is not beneath our feet. Africa's greater resources is between our ears. It is the intelligence of our people and the determinations of millions of Africans who wake up every morning believing tomorrow can be better than today. Africa will be unstoppable, but there's something we must understand. Nobody is coming to build Africa for us. Others, they may invest in us, they may partner with us, they may support us, but the primary responsibility of Africa's transformations belongs to Africa, and we must build it together. To every entrepreneur here, your business is bigger than your bank account. Every successful African enterprises create jobs, support family, develop talent, pay taxes, and strengthen an economy. So build business that can outlive you. Build institutions, build system. Think Lagos, think Accra, think Nairobi, think Kigali, think Johannesburg, think Cairo, and think Africa. And then think globally. To the young Africans in the room, never allow anybody to convince you that you were born on the wrong continent. You were born. Thank you. You were born on a continent with problem. Yes. But every problem that you see represents an opportunity for somebody to encourage enough to solve it. Our infrastructure challenges are opportunities. Our housing deficit is an opportunity. Our agricultural gap is an opportunity. Our technology needs are opportunities. Our growing cities are opportunities. The African you complain about today may contain the very problem that creates your greatest business tomorrow. So don't just ask what is wrong with Africa. You should start asking, what can I build that makes Africa better? Ladies and gentlemen, as we begin today's conversation, I have one request. Do not attend Arise Africa passively. Don't just collect knowledge. You need to apply it. Don't just exchange business cards. You need to build relationship. Don't just identify opportunities. You need to act on them as fast as you can. Before you leave this summit, meet somebody. Meet somebody you did not know before today. Start a conversation, share an idea, explore partnership, find an investor, find an opportunity, find mentor, find somebody you can help. Because sometimes one conversation can change the directions of life. As BRG celebrates 10 years, I'm personally more excited about the next 10 years because I believe the next 10 decades will produce extraordinary African companies, African billion-dollar businesses, African global brands, African technology platform, African real estate giants, African financial institutions, African agricultural enterprises, African innovators whose idea will solve problems far beyond our continent. But those companies will not emerge simply because we hope for them. Someone has to build them. As I'm closing, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for honoring our invite. Thank you to every speakers, every partners, sponsors, developers, entrepreneurs, leaders, professionals, and members of the BRG families who has made this gathering possible. Thank you to everyone who has been part of our journey over the last 10 years. Thank you for believing that Africa's greatest chapter is still ahead of us. Today, let's make a commitment that we will dream bigger, build stronger, and collaborate deeper. Lead better and create opportunities not only for ourselves, but for those coming behind us. Because we are not simply witnessing African rise. We are the generation responsible for building it. I will demand us to do one thing. Please, I plead your indulgence to please rise as we do this together. Thank you. When I say arise Africa, you say one continent. When I say arise Africa, you say one vision. Then together we say the future. The future! Thank you so much. God bless you all. I appreciate you for coming.
All right, what a powerful opening speech by the very own Dr. Emmanuel Abikoye. Please, let's put our hands together for him again. A visionary, a goal-getter, a man that had a dream, and because of that dream, these three young men made sure that they carried people along, and they've built not just a real estate company, but they've built a community. Please, put your hands together once again for Dr. Emmanuel Abikoye.
Please, distinguished guest, Dr. Emmanuel Abikoye deserves a better round of applause this afternoon. Please, can we give him that wonderful round of applause? Amazing, amazing. That
Very
was
much
superb.
Very much well deserved. We have a lot of VIPs in the house. Very shortly, we are going to be acknowledging and just thanking our VIPs for joining us here today.
Thank you so much, Dr. Abikoye, for that wonderful opening remarks. His Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we're trying as much as possible to gather every names of our VIP present here this wonderful afternoon. In no time, we will recognize each and individual as it's supposed to be. But before then, a great personality joined us this wonderful afternoon. A renowned speaker, a renowned coach, a lifetime coach. We call him the mentor that does not torment. Please, ladies and gentlemen, he is the chairman board of director of Vixter Holding. Joined us this wonderful afternoon. Please, let's celebrate our big boss that is with us this wonderful afternoon, please.
All right.
Okay, all right, sir.
Okay, we'll give him much accolades much later. But just before we go on and call our next speaker, Dr. Emmanuel said some things that really resonated with me. He spoke about resilience and he spoke about passion, ajegunle to the world. And what does it say? It says that whatever you're consistent doing, there is no way that you would not achieve greatness. He also mentioned something that I think that we need to really understand. We need to gather together to build. And nobody can tell our stories like we will tell our stories in Africa.
Definitely.
We will tell our stories ourselves. So that was a very powerful one from Dr. Emmanuel Abikoye, a visionary. We can go on and on. Fantastic, fantastic human. All right, now, ladies and gentlemen, we will move on, and we are going to be speaking on the future of African real estate in a rapidly urbanizing continent. And this particular speaker is not just an ordinary person. So we definitely have to put our hands together. Now, when we talk about the speaker, we talk about how distinguished he is, how influential he is, how transformational he is, how respected he is, how exceptional he is. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please let's welcome His Royal Majesty Oba Akintoye Adoye, President, Real Estate Developers Association of Nigeria, RIDAN. Now, Kabiesi,
let's be upstanding. Let's be upstanding, please.
Thank you so much for joining us. Please,
let's
all rise. Let's all rise.
Be
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Kabiesi Akiyo. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Please kindly sit down. Thank you so much for having me here this morning, now afternoon. The governor of Lagos State, ably represented by our very kind-hearted encourager, always available for the sector, the Honorable Commissioner for Housing. Royal Father present, the chairman of Vista Holdings and the chairman of BRG Group. Our distinguished speakers, industry leaders, captain of finance, ladies and gentlemen, and the press. Good afternoon to you all. Let me start by appreciating the organizers of Arise Africa for the honor of this invitation, bringing together policymakers, investors, developers, financial institutions, and innovators from across our continent. This is in itself an act of leadership. No single government will write the future of African real estate. No single company will write it, and no single country will write it. Partnership and collaboration, such as this one, will write it. The organizer has asked me to speak on the future of African real estate in a rapidly urbanizing continent. That is an important subject, but beneath it is a fundamental question, and that is, what exactly are African cities being built to do? I will not go by the slide. Let me just adopt the system so that I won't miss any of the points. The future of African real estate will not be decided by how many buildings that we construct. It will be decided by whether we build the institutions that turn those buildings into productive, inclusive, investable, and enduring cities. I repeat again, the institutions that we build will do the magic for us. Construction is the visible part of our work. Institutions are the part that determines whether the construction endures. And I will spend the rest of my time to prove this. The future will never wait for Africa, and is not waiting for Africa. We have to choose to be responsible, and responsibility is not negotiable. Africa is living through one of the greatest demographic transitions in modern history. And you should permit me to put a figure to it, because the scale should govern every decision taken in this room. By 2050, and 2050 is not a very long period of time. I think that should be in another 24 years' time. We are going to be adding 1 billion people to our population. Already we are about 1.5 billion. That means we are going to be building another Africa upon the Africa that we have today. But what is constant is our land size. The land size is not going to change, but the population will change. Higher percentage of that growth will happen in urban cities, in urban areas. And our urban population will roughly double within a single generation. Because by 2050, I'm still a very young man. And most of the people here, by 2050, Shaman, you are looking at me, you are very young. By 2050, you are still kicking very well. We are building a second Africa on top of the one we already have. And we must build it within the roughly 25 years. Some call this an urbanization challenge, but I see the greatest development opportunity our continent has witnessed in generations. The question is not whether African cities will grow. Surely they will. Every day, thousands of Africans move into the cities, seeking what every generation before them has sought. Just like many of us here today, we came to this city looking for opportunities. The real question is whether we will grow by design or whether we are going to grow by accident. The option belongs to us. But when we grow by design, it's better than to grow by accidents. Because grow by accident is not a theory. We know what it produces. Insecure title congestion, slum settlements, without services, buildings raised, without approval or inspection. And today, more than 60% of African urban population already lives in informal settlements. That is not a focus. That is what we inherited, and we call it our inheritance. Growth by design produces something else. It produces clear urban purpose, reliable infrastructure, secure property rights, rules that can be enforced, communities planned before they were populated. Closest example to that in Nigeria is Federal Capital Territory, FCT. When you arrive in Abuja and you conducted your business just around the city center and you return abroad, you will agree with me that your perspective of Nigeria will be different from what you see in CNN. So the difference between the two is really, it's not just money, it is far more often the quality of institutions. So major challenge for us in Africa is the quality of our institutions. No great city ever emerged simply because people arrive there. Great cities emerge because people decide what those cities are meant to become. So how do I see cities? I see it as a system. And when we look at it as a system, then the difference will be very, very clear. Jane Jacobs, perhaps the most influential thinker of modern urban life, observed that cities can provide something for everybody only when they are created by everybody. Our point was not simply about participation, it was about responsibility. A city is not assembled by one ministry, or one developer, or one investor. It emerges from the combined conduct of government, industry, finance, the professionals, and the citizens themselves. Every one of us here either build that systems or we weaken that system. Cities are not collections of buildings, they are systems. A city succeeds when government works, when infrastructure works, when transportation system works. An example is United Kingdom. When you get to UK, the transportation system is something else. When markets work, when institutions work. And when citizens believe that the future will be better than the past, which has the consequences our industry really discusses. A building can succeed entirely on its own terms and still fail. It can be well designed and properly finished and still stand where the road flaws, the title is disputed, and no buyer can obtain a mortgage. An example of that is around Akadishla also, there was a Globalcom building, gold-plated, very nice building, but sited in a very, very awkward position in the city. And that building was there for many years uninhabited. And you have many examples. So the building succeeded, the system around it did not succeed. So we must hold three things clearly apart. A house shelters a family. A neighborhood creates opportunity. A city shapes the destiny of a nation. Constructing a building is engineering. Creating a neighborhood is planning. Building a city is institution building. Our industry has mastered the first. Africa needs us to take responsibility for all the three. And you will agree with me that property builds nation. Real estate is not simply another sector of the economy. It is one of the foundations upon which every successful economy stands. My own country has just discovered this in its national accounts. When Nigeria rebased its economy, the real estate emerged as the third largest sector in the country, having overtaken crude, petroleum, and natural gas. I cite this not to celebrate Nigeria, but because it corrects a misunderstanding that has held this continent back for decades. Property is not what a country does after it becomes wealthy. Property is one of the instruments by which a country becomes wealthy. And when we develop responsibly, we do far more than pour concrete. We create places where children learn, where business grow, where community flourish, where families build wealth, and where dignity survives. What we actually mean by institutions. I've used the word institution several times this morning or this afternoon, and it is a word that can hide as much as it reveals. Let it make it concrete. Douglas North, who received the Nobel Prize in Economics for this insight, described institutions simply as the rules of the game in a society. In our industry, those rules are not abstractions. They have names, they have addresses, and they have case files. Institutions in real estate are the land registry that establishes who owns what, the title verification system that allows a buyer to check it, the planning authority that decides what may be built, and the building control agency that inspects actually what we build. The courts, the judiciary that resolve the dispute when something goes wrong, the valuation standard that makes a property financeable, and the professional body that disciplines the practitioner who fails. The escrow arrangement that protects a buyer deposit, and the housing data that allow anyone to plan against evidence. Together, those systems make ownership secure, contracts enforceable, projects verifiable, professionals accountable, buyers protected, and investment trustworthy. Where they function, capital arrives and stays. Where they do not, capital departs. Or it demands a price so high that nothing affordable can ever be built on it. And I learned that from architect Adewale when I asked him, why was it that money is overbought price in Nigeria? Lack of strong institutions, lack of trust, lack of confidence, and so many things that I've mentioned this morning. So capital will always follow confidence. Confidence will follow institution. And it is the institution that we build that shapes our prosperity. Trust is built one transaction at a time. Now, I must say something our industry does not enjoy hearing. And I say it as one of you, rather than about you. Institutional weakness is not solely a failure of government. Government write the rules, but developers, financiers, lawyers, valuers, architects, engineers, and contractors operate inside them daily. And every one of us will either strengthen those rules or quietly corrodes or corrupts the system and the rules. So every abandoned project, every defective building, every falsified title, and every broken promises does more than injure one buyer. It raises the cost of capital for the entire industry. The lender defrauded once prices that memory into every loan afterwards. The investor who loses a deposit tests 40 others. Trust is not created by declaration of conferences, such as this one. Trust is built one transaction at a time, and it is destroyed the same way. This is why I spend much of my life arguing for professionalism, and why I want to be precise about the word. Professionalism is not a title or membership of an association, nor a certificate on a wall. Professionalism is competence that is current, integrity when nobody is watching you, accurate representation of what is being sold, delivery of what was promised, safety that is non-negotiable, and responsibility that survives after you hand over the keys. Secure titles create confidence. Enforceable contracts create confidence. Honest developers create confidence. Reliable data creates confidence. Professional standard creates confidence. Efficient dispute resolution creates confidence. And confidence attracts the patience, long-term capital that builds enduring cities rather than speculative ones. The money that is already coming home, $100 billion plus, sent home to Africa every year by Africans living abroad. That figure now exceeds foreign direct investment and runs at roughly double official development assistance. That report was given by World Bank and African Development Bank. Consider what that money represents. A nurse in Manchester, a driver in Houston, an engineer in Riyadh. People who left, who worked, who saved, and who are trying to build something at home for a family they may see once a year. A great deal of that money is looking for property. A great deal of it never fulfills its purpose. Because standing 4,000 miles away, the other sender often cannot verify the developer, cannot verify the title, cannot confirm his money was applied to the project, cannot see whether construction has moved since the last photograph it was sent, and cannot enforce the contract when it hasn't. That is not a finance problem. That is an institutional problem. And it is solvable. Verified developers, transparent project information, escrow that releases funds against progress rather than promises, independent construction monitoring, reliable title system. None of that requires new technology. All of it requires institutional discipline. We are not short of diaspora capital. We are short of the system that will let diaspora remittances trust us. Artificial intelligence, digital land registry, smart infrastructure, modern construction methodology, digital finance, and predictive analytics will all reshape our industry. But let us be clear about what technology does not. Technology will not replace institutions. It will amplify them. If our system are sound, technology makes them faster, cheaper, and more accessible. If our systems are weak, technology merely makes weakness more efficient. A corrupt registry, digitized, becomes a corrupt registry accessible remotely at scale in seconds. So the question is not how much technology we adopt, it is where we point it first. We should point it where failures of trust cause the greatest damage. Title verification, land registration, planning approval, construction monitoring, and mortgage processing. And we should be honest about how reform happens. Africa cannot wait until every institution is perfect before it acts. Start where reform is possible. Prove what was, measure, improve it. Then we start to scale it. A digitized land registry is one city or a state, a verified diaspora platform in one market, one audited escrow scheme. This must never become permanent alternatives to regulation. Their purpose is to prove what works. So permanent institutions can adopt it with confidence. Africa therefore faces a choice. We can digitize yesterday's problems, or we can build tomorrow's institution. I believe we should choose the latter. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the opportunity is already here. We are not the next frontier. We are the present opportunity. And the capital already noticed. Let me offer two examples, each proving the same points. Student accommodation. Africa is the youngest continent on earth, and our university system are overwhelmed. In Kenya, only about a quarter of students secure accommodation through their institution. Kenya did something about it. Acorn Holdings launched the world's first development REIT, alongside an income vehicle supported by the first green housing bond in Africa listed in Nairobi and in London. And they solved that problem. A Kenya company solved a Kenya problem using an instrument the world had not yet built. Wangari Maathai once said that she had always believed the solution to most of our problems must come from us. Acorn is what that belief looks like on a balance sheet. What about our digital infrastructure? Africa holds less than 1% of global data center capacity. That is changing quickly. Capacity is projected to rise from about 0.4 gigawatts today to as much as 2.2 gigawatts by 2030, requiring $10 to $20 billion of new investments. Data centers, they need land, power, security, cooling, connectivity, and long leases. This is a property business wearing a technology name. Two sectors, one lesson. African transformation is already generating investable demand. What determines who capture it is not ambition. It is the quality of the institution each market can offer. Permit me now to raise what every developer here knows. Privately, and few of us state publicly, we have spoken of demand, but demand is not the same thing as need. Need is what a family requires. Demand is what a family can pay for. That is effective demand. And 6.7% of African households can afford a house price at around $28,000. We are building for a customer who, in the main, cannot buy what we are building. Consider 5 countries, Nigeria. My own country shows it at its sharpest. Inflation reached a 28-year high, above 33% in 2024. Food inflation above 40%. Where prices rise faster than wages. The deposit a family saves last year buy less out this year. Saving for a home becomes a race against the currency, and the currency will usually win. Ghana, Kenya, let me go to Egypt. Egypt's case is a typical example of the way to go. Here the point is clearest. On the same measure, over 90% of urban Egyptian households could afford the cheapest newly built house. Egyptian families are not wealthier than Nigeria or Ghanaians or Kenyans. Egypt simply built the subsidy structures, the mortgage finance, and the pipeline to convert ordinary incomes to ownership. So what happened in Egypt was the government was able to subsidize up to 50 to 60%, and also subsidize mortgage up to 8%. And that means a house you are buying in Nigeria for 40 million naira, in Egypt, that house will price for like 20 to 15 million. And with 8% mortgage for 20 to 30 years, that was a game changer in Egypt. And I think other countries in Africa should embrace that change. Very close also to South Africa. But when you look at our mortgage system, 0.5% to 19%. The range of outstanding mortgages to GDP as a share of national output across the continent. Namibia sits near 10%, Kenya near to Ghana under 2%, Nigeria at 0.5%. Now, the thing is this, Namibia is not 38 times wealthier than Nigeria, but its mortgage market is 38 times wealthier than Nigeria. These countries differ less in what their people earn than in the institution they convert. Purchasing power is not only what a family earns, it is what a family earnings can be converted into. And the instrument that reforms that conversion is mortgage. It takes a modest monthly income and turns it into a house by spreading the price across a working life. A mortgage is not a financial product. Mortgage is always an institution. And when you don't build that institution, and you don't see mortgage as an institution, the system will not be able to solve that problem. And I think that is our problem in most of the African countries, including Nigeria. So we are building for the small fraction of Africa that our finance system can reach. And that is not the Africa that we want to build. So widening that fraction is the largest commercial opportunity on this continent. A market of 6% is a niche, but a market of 60% is an industry. The work of getting from one to the other is not construction work. It is institutional work. It is a system that we have to build to tap that opportunity. And until we do that work, we will keep calling African housing deficit demand. It is not demand yet. It is a need waiting for an institution to turn it into demand. It is that institution that we build that will turn the so-called shortage into demand. As of today, it is not. From opportunity to obligation. Our greater opportunity does not lie beneath the ground. I would say that it lies above it. $1.4 trillion opportunity. African housing finance gap. Our housing deficit already exceeds 60 million units, and our current trajectory will pass 130 million by 2030. No treasury on this continent closes a gap of that size alone. It will be closed by partnership collaboration. It will not be closed at all, or it won't be closed at all. So I take encouragement that Africa has begun organizing rather than merely discussing. And this workshop or this conference today is a good, veritable place where we are having such discussion, and we are going to be pragmatic in making sure that we solve some of these problems. 5 commitments and 1 invitation. Permit, therefore, as I round up, to propose 5 commitments for African real estate and to be specific about who must act on each. Governments must solve the problem of uncertainty. Financial institutions must create long-term instruments. Our industry must rebuild public trust. Our technology must be aimed at institutional problems, and Africa must build investable pipelines together. And permit me to leave this gathering with 1 invitation. Within the next 12 months, the governments, developers, financial institutions, and professional bodies represented at Arise Africa should begin building a common framework for verified projects, transparent property data, enforceable professional standards, and investable housing pipelines. I do not offer that as a resolution because I hold no mandate from this gathering to bind anyone. I offer it as a challenge, and as work I believe our industry is ready to do. Government must provide certainty, developers must create communities, institutions must ensure that the community works. In the end, we will not be remembered for the buildings we constructed, we will be remembered for the civilization those buildings made possible. Permit me to congratulate the BRG group for putting things together and for the 10th year anniversary. When you are doing your 20th, I will be here. 30th, I will be here. I'm not going anywhere. 40th, I will be here. And all of you will be here. Congratulations to Arise Africa. Thank you so much for listening. God bless you all.
Thank you so much. Please, you'll have to wait because we have something special for you. So right about now.
Let me tell you something. Let me teach you Yoruba. Okay. You say, one day, ki oba ko gbese le.
Ki oba ko gbese le.
Now everything there's so many talk you talk. Please, right. Can we say Kabiesio?
Kabiesio.
Please, let's
All
give
right.
KBC a resounding round of applause, please.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, please let's invite our three conveners to join us up on stage for a gift for KBC here. And also let's have Dr. Nia Desoya, and also let's have Barrister Festus Adebayo join us on stage to give this very special gift for our royalty here. Please, let's have them.
Conveners.
Please put your hands together. Put your hands together for them.
Please
as they come
celebrate
up.
our conveners.
Let's
as they
have
come
the
up.
award.
Please, the award.
Please, can we centralize, please, DJ? Please, can we centralize? This is a very important picture. Please, let's centralize. Thank you.
Your Royal Highness, KBC, who on the other hand is the #1 real estate developer in Nigeria. We are very pleased to have you as our guest speaker in this year's Arise Africa Real Estate Innovation Summit of Excellence. We want to thank you that despite your heavy engagement, you still deem it necessary to be here. We need to let you know that the future generation of leaders in the real estate sector are the ones that are here. They are the ones you are handing over to. They are the ones I'm handing over to. And they are very happy to present you this beautiful gift for your participation as a guest speaker. So don't forget, you're starting from here.
All right, thank you very, very much. Thank you very much. What a beautiful moment here. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, KBC. All right. Really beautiful moments happening here. You can only get this as Arise Africa. So far, Kelvin, it's been fantastic. Just seeing the amount of rich speeches we're seeing here. And that's why we said that no one is living here the same. But before we go on into a very vital and a very, very pivotal part of our event, this very beautiful afternoon. We're now afternoon, so good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to acknowledge some of our really, really great friends and also dignitaries that have joined us from very far. They love BRG and they're here to support the amazing works that BRG has been doing. Ladies and gentlemen, please, as I mentioned their names, I need us to put our hands together for this very special people. And just after we do that, then we go into the next aspect of this very beautiful afternoon. I will start with Dr. Niyi Adesanya. Please, let's put our hands together for him. He's the board chairman, BRG.
Please, let's celebrate him. Let's celebrate him.
They say when you know him, you don't need to know anybody again because he's a fantastic leader. He's a visionary, a big supporter of the BRG as well. So thank you so much for joining us here, sir. Also, His Royal Majesty Oba Akintoye Adeoye. Now, he's the President, Real Estate Development Association of Nigeria, REDAN. Please, let's put our hands together for him.
Let's celebrate him.
He just gave us a very, very fantastic speech as well. Also, please, let's put our hands together for Barrister Festus Adebayo. Please, let's put our hands together for him.
Please, let's celebrate
He is the CEO, Africa International Housing Show, Nigeria. We know how big that show is. I mean, I've been in Abuja for that show. So please, let's put our hands together for him. And he's also Verstar Holdings board chairman. So please, let's put our hands together for him. For once again, I want to talk about the show that he does in Abuja. It's such a fantastic show. Well done on that, Sam. All right. And then we move on to Olufemi Adewale. He's the chairman, Corporate Mortgage Bank. Please, let's put our hands together for him.
Please, let's celebrate him.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much, sir, for joining us.
Sir. And also, let's put our hands together for Sade Hughes. Now, she is the country manager, Mixer Real Estate Nigeria, and also MD Mixer Hospitality. Let's put our hands together
Please,
for the
can we celebrate
the very beautiful one. Thank you so much for joining us here today. Also, Surveyor Odupe S. Olalekona, he's the Acting Surveyor General, Lagos State. Thank you so much for joining us here today, sir.
Please, let's celebrate him.
We really, really appreciate you for joining us.
Thank you so much, sir.
We still have more names. We will go much on as the show continues. Each and every one of you is our special guest, and we're actually happy to have you here. Also, partners, developers, friends of the BRG, you've remained very, very consistent, and we do not take your love, your care, and your passion for BRG for granted. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going into another very important aspect of this particular afternoon. When we talk about our governor, Mr. Governor, the governor of Lagos State, we cannot overemphasize the great works he's been doing in Lagos. Everybody has called him Mr. Talk and Do, and it's evidence because we have seen all the great works that he has done. In terms of transportation, Governor Sanwo-Olu came and he redefined transportation. We see the Lagos Blue Line. You know, we see how amazing where he brought new trains that has just been really beautiful. Exactly. In terms of transportation, we would definitely score him A1. Whenever I'm calling him up, I like to call him by the 5 names. You know, Mr. Talk and Do, Mr. Hard Worker, Mr. Youth Centric. Our governor is very, very youth centric. He has the open door policy. He's one of the governors that you can see a lot of young people are in his cabinet because he believes in young people. Exactly. Ladies and gentlemen, just the way we will welcome our governor, the governor of Lagos State. Please, let's put our hands together. He's ably represented by the Honorable Commissioner for Housing, Honorable Maruf Akinderu Fatai. Please, let's put our hands together.
Rise up
the
and
governor of Lagos State. Please put our hands
welcome.
together. Thank you so much.
Please
sir.
keep clapping as we celebrate his presence.
Please sit down, please. Thank you very much. I'm here to represent Mr. Governor, who will have loved to be here. We will recall that we have a very big business in Osun, and I have to also come over from Osun to represent him here. So he has asked me to come and read his address, and I'm very sure he will have loved to be here. The honorable member representing Oshodi Solo, my constituency, in the Lagos State House of Assembly, Chairman, Information and Security, Honorable Stephen Olukayode Ogundipe. Good afternoon, sir. The Surveyor General of Lagos State, Surveyor Odupe Olalekon, the President and Convener, Billionaire Realtors Group, BRG, Dr. Emmanuel Abikoye, the President, Royal Estate Developer, Real Estate Developer Association of Nigeria, His Royal Majesty Oba Akintoye Adeoye, Chairman Cooperative Mortgage Bank, my dear brother, Mr. Olufemi Adewale, the CEO, Africa International Housing Show, AIHS Nigeria, my very good friend and brother, Mr. Festus Adebayo. Thank you very much for all you do. The MD CEO, Kenya Housing Corporation, QS David Matu Njuguna, the President, FIAPSI Nigeria, Mr. Akin Opatola, well done for all you do. Other distinguished speakers, guests, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'll go to his address. It is with great pleasure that I welcome you all, distinguished policymakers, investors, developers, financiers, innovators, and development partners from across our continent to Lagos, the heartbeat of Africa's commerce and natural home of a conversation about the future of our cities. I commend the BRG and the organizing committee of Arise 2026 for convening this important summit and for the foresight reflected in its theme, shaping Africa's next real estate frontier. It is a theme that speaks directly to the defining question of our time on this continent. And I am pleased that Lagos is host to a conversation of this caliber. Indeed, a continent is rising, and it is fitting that those who will finance it, design it, regulate it, and build it are gathered in this hall today. Africa is urbanizing faster than any other region in the world. In the coming decades, hundreds of millions of Africans will make their homes in cities, and our urban populations are projected to roughly double by the middle of this century. This is at once our greatest challenge and our greatest opportunity. How we plan, finance, build, and govern our cities over the next decade will determine the prosperity of generations of Africans. Real estate is therefore not merely an asset class, it is the typical expression of our continent's ambition. The homes our families live in, the markets and the offices where enterprise flourishes, and the cities in which our young people will build their futures. In Lagos State, we have approached the sector with that conviction, guided by the housing pillar of our Teams Plus development agenda. Our administration has delivered more than 10,000 new homes across the state through direct government investment, and importantly, through public-private partnerships that now account for the majority of our delivery pipeline. From the Akisoya Sonny Ajose Estate and the Abramade Soya Housing Estate to Lagos Homes Sogutedo, the Egon Godo Mixed Housing Scheme, and the new schemes in Ekpe, we are proving that decent, affordable housing can be delivered at scale in an African megacity. We have matched bricks and mortar with reforms. Through the Lagos State Mortgage Board, more than 20,000 residents have been supported onto the property ladder through mortgage and rent-to-own schemes. We are modernizing tenancy practice, including more flexible rent payment options to ease the burden on working families. Through the Lagos State Real Estate Regulatory Authority, LASERA, we are entrenching transparency and professionalism in real estate transactions and protecting the investing public. We continue to digitalize and streamline land administration and planning approvals because we know that certainty of title and speed of process are the true currencies of investors' confidence. Crucially, we seek real estate as inseparable from infrastructure. Our investments in Lagos Rail Mass Transit Blue and Red Lines, strategic roads and bridges, and integrated transport planning are deliberately opening new corridors for transit-oriented development, urban regeneration, and climate-resilient growth. Where the rail line goes, the neighborhood, new commerce, and new value follow. Infrastructure is not an accessory to growth, it is its architecture. We are equally clear-eyed that the next frontier of African real estate will be shaped by innovation. Technology is changing how properties are marketed, titled, financed, and managed. Data is changing how cities are planned, and new construction methods and locally sourced building materials are changing what it costs to put a roof over a family's head. Lagos embraces this future. We are strengthening data-driven planning, encouraging PropTech and construction innovation, and deepening partnerships with professional bodies and the academy. Because the cities of tomorrow will be built as much with ideas as with cement. Sustainability must run through all of it. As a coastal megacity, Lagos understands better than most that climate resilience is not a luxury. It is a condition of survival and of value preservation. Our long-term development planning places sustainable, inclusive urban growth at its core, and I encourage this summit to keep green building, resilient design, and responsible land use at the center of its deliberation. Yet, no government can meet African housing and urban development needs alone. The scale of the opportunity and of the challenge demand exactly the kind of partnership this summit exists to build between the public and private sector, between capital innovation, and between domestic institutions and international development partners, and between Africa cities learning from one another. To the investors and financiers in this room, I say plainly, Lagos remain open, ready, and reliable as a destination for your capital and your ideas. You find in this state a government that honors its commitment, a legal and regulatory environment that keeps improving, and a market of over 20 million aspirational people whose demand for quality housing and modern commercial space is real and enduring. On behalf of the government and the good people of Lagos State, I congratulate the conveners of Arise 2026 and wish you all fruitful deliberations. May the ideas and partnership forged at this committee help shape a future in which every family has a decent place to call home, in cities that are livable, sustainable, and prosperous. Thank you, and God bless you. Babajide Olushola Samuel.
All right, thank you very much. Please, can we have the three conveners join us for some group pictures? Please, let's have our three conveners join us for some group pictures. Thank you so much. Please, let's put our hands together. What a fantastic speech. Thank you so much.
Please, let's celebrate our governor, please. Celebrate the governor.
You know how we do it. It's the Lagos way. You know how we do it. Please, let's put our hands together for him. All right. And just after that, we'll have Dr. Nia Desanya, Board Chairman, BRG, and also Barrister Festus Adebayo, Vista Holding Board Chairman, join us for pictures just after this. All right, so let's have Dr. Nia Desanya, Board Chairman, BRG, and Barrister Festus Adebayo, Vista Holding Board Chairman. All right, so there you have it, photo sessions. Thank you so much for joining us here today. Thank you so much. What a pleasure. What an honor to have you join us for that amazing speech. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We're so honored to have you here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, His Excellencies. God bless yourself. We're super excited to have you today. All right, ladies and gentlemen, in no time the deal will begin. We want you to please put on the side talks. Please lower your voice. Please and please. Please, side talks, we'll have to take a pause.
All right. It's very important that, please, we keep it a little bit little in the hall. We do not make so much noise in the hall so that it doesn't interfere. I know we want to talk to one another, but it's very important that, we keep our voices down a bit. So we will continue with our conversation today. But so far, how would you describe the experience here at Arise Africa?
Amazing, impacting already.
Very, very impactful. The conversations that we've been having, these are conversations that will actually stand the test of time. We said it earlier on, you know, everybody here, there's a greatness you're taking back with you. And that's why it's very important to make sure that you network with the person sitting next to you. Once again, all our VVIP, our friends, our partners, we want to thank you for joining us here today. Let's not forget, BRG at 10, the company that has continued to show so much consistency, the company that has grown with individuals, the company that did not just grow alone, but made sure they took people with them. Are we clapping? Do we want to put our hands together?
Let's celebrate BRG. Right. Let's celebrate BRG. They deserve that wonderful clap, please.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to call who I like to say a visionary. Now, this particular person, if you know him, you actually don't have any problem in life again. And I think he knows I'm talking about him. Exactly. Now, he's your mentor's mentor. When you have him as a mentor, you don't have any problem. Exactly. Ladies and gentlemen, this is one man that has helped reshape the way people think. He's a forward thinker. You know, when we just talk about the impact that he has, it's compared to none. He's the way he speaks, the authority he carries. And we're very humbled to have him join us here. Ladies and gentlemen, please, a resounding round of applause for BRG Board Chairman, Dr. Ni Adesanya. Please, let's put our hands together for a forward thinker, a trailblazer, the very own Dr. Ni.
Well, a round of applause for the Honorable Commissioner representing the governor as he steps out. We know they have a lot of things to do. Thank you so much, staff, for coming. Okay, let me start by saying, now I think I need to start with the acting Surveyor General. Am I right? Thank you, sir, for coming. It's good to have you. And also to appreciate the president of Raidan, Nigeria, Alailua. Thank you so much, sir, for also being here. And all the other distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Niyi Adesanya, and I have the privilege of chairing the board. And what I'm trying to do here is to give you more assurances about what we'll be doing with this organization called Billionaires Retail Group going forward. This is the starting point, and we're going to take this further and bigger and mightier than this. That is our commitment. So I've got a few speeches to read so that I can control my time. You know, people like us who speak, we don't have time limits. So we keep talking and from one idea to another. So a speech written kind of guides you and makes you keep within the time. Distinguished guests, industry leaders, investors, developers, partners, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, let me begin with a question. What exactly are we in the real estate business of building? Buildings? Is it homes? Commercial spaces? Investment portfolios? Cities? Or something much bigger? I have asked because the answer determines how we think about our industry. If we believe we are simply in the business of selling properties, then our focus will remain on the inventories, pricing, marketing, and transactions. But if we recognize that we are in the business of shaping how people live, work, invest, and experience their cities, then our responsibility becomes considerably greater. That is why this summit matters. Africa presents one of the most compelling real estate opportunities in the world. Our cities are expanding. Our population is growing. Capital is seeking opportunities. And a younger, more aspiring population is demanding better places to live, work, and invest.
But opportunity alone does not create success. Execution does. Institutions do. Innovation does. Leadership does. And this is why I believe we need to change the conversation. Real estate is no longer simply a property business. It is increasingly a business of ecosystems, technology, capital, data, trust. I will repeat that: trust and experience. Innovation, therefore, cannot simply mean putting technology into an existing process. If we digitize a bad process, we have not innovated. We have simply put a bad process online. True innovation is about creating better outcomes in better ways. There is another asset we must take seriously, and I think the president of RIDAN, Alailua, and all the elders in the room here must take this seriously. There is a serious trust deficiency in the industry, and I think that needs to be addressed and corrected. Whilst I am the chairman board of directors of BRG, that will be our major assignment, to hold all the developers that we collaborate with to make sure that their word is their bond. Real estate is fundamentally a trust business. Every transaction carries a promise that the title is legitimate, that the property will be delivered, that the investment makes sense, and that professional advice, and that the professional advising their clients is also competent. This makes professionalism, transparency, and governance and customer experience not peripheral consideration, but central component of our values proposition. The next generation of real estate professionals must therefore move from selling properties to solving problems. A family may not simply need a home. They may need security, convenience, and probably financial stability. At BLG, we recognize that the future of Africa real estate cannot be built in isolation. It will require stronger collaboration between capital and ideas, technology and traditional expertise, government and private sector, established professionals, and the next generation. So today, I leave you with 3 questions. What are we building today that will still matter in 10, 50 years from now? Second question, what are we doing today that we know must change? The third question, what are we prepared to build together that none of us can build alone? This calls for serious collaboration. Because networking creates connections, collaboration creates outcomes. The future of African real estate should not simply be something we anticipate. It should be something we actively architect. We say the best way to predict the future is to create it. On behalf of the board, and the entire BRG family, I welcome you all to this African Real Estate Innovation Summit of Excellence. Let us challenge the assumptions, interrogate the conventional, exchange ideas, build partnership, and most importantly, turn ideas into actions. This is why we are here, to challenge ourselves, to think about the future, to collaborate, network, and get the best out of this summit. I believe after today, we will have gotten a lot of ideas that can move African real estate to become the envy of the global real estate. And we are looking forward to taking this Arise program, not just in Nigeria, bring it to Kenya, take it to Rwanda, take it to South Africa, and Casablanca. God bless you all as you listen.
Thank you, sir.
God bless you all for paying attention.
Thank you so much,
Thank
sir.
you,
Please
sir.
remain. We have something special for you. Of course, we cannot let you go like that. You are very dear to us.
Yeah.
We love you so much.
So
They
much.
often say Dr. Nie builds people who build the businesses. So he plays a very pivotal role in society. So please, can I have our three conveners join us? Let's do some photos and actually present his gift to him. Very well deserved. I mean, it's an honor to know you. It's a pleasure to stand close beside you, sir.
I hope this is not part of the budget, because I didn't approve this at the budget. At the board.
That's the...
Sir, I'll leave everything for you, so it's fine. All right, please, media, let's do pictures and let's have his gift, presented to him.
Torment.
The mentor,
That's
the
the
number one mentor. Media, please, let's do pictures. Thank you. Please, let's centralize for pictures. Thank you.
I think also we need to explain this to everybody to know. Right here is Barrister Festus. Barrister Festus is the group chairman of the holding company. And I am the chairman of the subsidiary. So I think we all need to know that. Please, Barrister Festus, they need to see you.
Please, let's put hands
That is
together
our
for
group
him.
chairman.
All right, so please, let's do pictures. Dr. Nie, do you want to share some words with us, your award? Do you want to say anything? Yes, please.
I want to invite KBSC, His Excellency, His Royal Majesty, #1 estate developer in Nigeria, to kindly assist the visitor holding, to appreciate the chairman of BRG. This is one of his achievements. You can see it here, and we cannot just cover it without appreciating publicly. Thank you, Your Royal Majesty.
Dr. Nie Adesoya, Life member, Real Estate Developers Association of Nigeria. Life member.
And I don't pay to use that fine.
Yes. On behalf of Arise Africa and all of us, BRG Group, it is a privilege that I hold dearly to present this award on real estate innovation, support, backup, strength to kind-hearted Pastor Dr. Nie Adesoya this afternoon. Thank you so much for all that you do to support this sector. Thank you so much.
All right, please let's put our hands together. Such a great moment right here. Everybody knows the impact Dr. Nie has. He is a mentor that does not torment. The best mentor you can ever get. If he decides to mentor you, just know that you'll make it in life.
Exactly.
It's a pleasure to have you. Always support the BRG family, part of the BRG family. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Please let's
Thank
put our
you,
hands
Pastor
together
Nie. Please
as they
celebrate
make
them.
their way off stage. Thank you so much. Thank you so
Celebrate
much.
them.
All right,
Please
so
keep celebrating them as they are live from the stage.
please, let's put our hands together. Let's give honor to whom honor is due to. It's very important that we give people their accolades while they can receive them. And Dr. Nee is one person that totally deserves all the accolades. He wears different hats, you know, and he is fantastic in all those hats that he actually wears. Thank you so much for your love, your support for the BRG.
Yeah, I remember when I joined the Pastor Nee's Foundation, and then I began his mentorship. And then he told me, whatever you put your mind, you can achieve.
Exactly.
Immediately he told me that. I remember I went to Price National Stadium. Yeah, so.
Oh, please. All right, it's fine.
Okay. That's just on a lighter note.
But anyway, Pastor Nee, that's why I said he wears different hats. You know, he'll mentor you, he'll pray for you. So for everything you go to him for, he kind of always has answers. And that's why I call him the mentor's mentor, a mentor that actually does not torment. All right, most distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's been our pleasure. What fantastic time we've been having. I'm sure you're having a swell time as well. We will continue with our program. Before we move to our panel session and our keynote speeches, I'd like to invite a very, very important person in the BRG, estate, and also investor group holdings. Please, let's welcome the one and only Barrister Festus Adebayo. He is the board chairman, Vista Holdings. Please, let's put our hands together as we welcome Barrister Festus Adebayo. Is coming to give us a speech. Before that, we will now start with our keynote speeches.
Please, let's celebrate Barrister Festus.
No, Barrister, I want them to give you all the celebration before you come on. Please, can we celebrate Barrister Festus right here?
Please give him that warm, resounding applause. Thank you, sir.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm involved in this business because the BRG boys are doing the same type of business I've been doing the last 25 years. I'm sure you would like to know what type of business is that. I'm in the business of building structures and building lives. Building structures and building lives. The greatest pride of my life is not the number of cars I have or the number of houses you have dashed me or I bought myself, but the number of people that have grown up through me. That is my pride. I'm pleased to be here. I want to observe all the protocol that have already been established. I've decided not to read any speech because the speakers are waiting and waiting and waiting. So I decided to just address you briefly, welcome you, appreciate your coming, and to tell you the future of real estate in Africa belongs to you. Are you clap for yourself? If you are in the age of 59, 58, I am not talking to you. I'm talking to the guys from the age of 22 who are realtors, and to those guys who are estate developers who are at the age of 42, 46, 47. You are the future of Africa. And that is why I appreciate BRG for creating this platform for you to network, for you to collaborate, for you to do business, for you to also have capacity building. I bring greetings from Vista Holdings, the parent organization of BRG. And I appreciate all of you that despite all your busy schedule, you chose to come for this very important gathering. This is not another conference. This is a business making, deal making, collaboration. I'm waiting for people who want to do business for me. Just last week, we endorsed 10 innovation companies, PropTech. And I told them they want to enter into any company. If you have any challenge, they should call me. So I don't want you to leave here today. If you have any problem, I think we are still lucky. The Surveyor General of Lagos State is still around. I know some of you are battling with one land in Lekki or Etiosa. Please carry me along. We'll sort it out with him. We will sort it out with him. I'm saying for the first time today. Thank you. We appreciate your coming. My big sister, I've not seen you for almost 2 years. I have only been sending you WhatsApp. And you decided to come here. The managing director of Mr. Holdings, Madam Shade Hoods, you are highly appreciated. I call you to come and join me in mentoring this generation because I'm planning to retire with you. So let them take over from us. And I appreciate you for responding. Thank you, ma'am. Our colleagues all the way from Kenya Housing Authority. So we are not just using the grammar of Africa. We brought people from different places, different countries from Africa. So we have MD of Housing Corporation. Please kindly stand up for recognition. This is the generation we are talking about. And it's the MD of the Housing Corporation, Housing Authority in the country called Kenya. Look at him. He belongs to your generation. You are welcome, sir. And I also have my friend who has spent many years in Shelter Africa all the way from outside Nigeria, Mr. Zachary. Stand up for recognition. We appreciate your coming to Nigeria. I'm sure this is not the first time you are coming. We thank you so much, so much. The professionals who have decided to join us, the president of FIAPSI, let it be on your record that we sincerely appreciate you. Our father, the Royal Majesty, you know we don't play around you. We see you and we recognize you and we appreciate you all the time. We pray that God Almighty will continue to keep you for us in perfect health. And then, my friend, Dr. Roland Igbinoba, I've been with you for how many years now? And I appreciate you. And I continue to appreciate you. Thank you for supporting BRG. We are very grateful. The KBACs, I was coming yesterday, and I had to be in the same flight with Alaafin of Oyo. And I discovered that a lot of people were just trying to pass around him. So I had to tactically block the road. And I said, KBAC, can you please go? He looked at my face with his wife. He said, I want to go. I said, please go, sir. And the other people were at my back. We were both in business class, but he was in front of me. But they refused to allow him to go. And I said, you have to go out. He went out. Then when we came there, I saw a vehicle that they wanted to carry everybody. So I told Airpeace, KBAC have to get a separate vehicle. And they look at my face and they arrange it. KBAC, even if we see you inside the train in London, we will respect you. Our culture is key. Africa is important. Even if I want to come back to this world again, I know some of you will not like to hear that. I would like to come back as an African. This is where I end my welcome, my goodwill message to all of you. I want you to enjoy yourself. We have some brilliant people who we have invited to speak to you. And one is going to lead, you will see him. He's a former managing director of Shelter Africa. He had the knowledge of how to get money. And he was also the managing director of Family Owned Fund. I call him my Egbon. I'm the only one that have his key. If I like, I lock him up. If I like, I hold him. He's here. He's going to start the discussion. So thank you, everybody. Please enjoy yourself. Greetings from Vista Holdings.
All right, thank you so much. Please, let's put our hands together for him. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Let's celebrate the Chairman Board of Directors of Vista Holdings. Please continue to celebrate him. Let's celebrate him. Let's celebrate him. Thank you so much, sir. That was
Thank you so much for that very powerful speech. Thank you so much. That was great. Like we said earlier on, there is a lot still to be done, but we need to give you an award. So, sir, you need to come back on stage. We love you so much, so we want you to come back on stage. We have something special for you. Please, Barrister Festus Adebayo, please come back on stage. Thank you so much. Barrister Festus Adebayo, please come back on stage. We have something special for you. Please,
our conveners, please
also
come
join back us on stage. Let's have our conveners join us on stage as well.
I didn't know that Barrister is this young. Immediately, Barrister dropped the mic. He jumped off the stage.
All right.
That's to tell you that he's young at heart.
All right, Barrister, please join us back on stage. We have something special for you. Let's have our conveners join us as well and our board, chairman. Thank you so much. We love you. We love everything you do.
Arise.
You have been amazing. You have been fantastic. Your input is definitely not forgotten and it will stand the test of time. Thank you so much for your love.
Okay. Since when he was giving his speech, he said something about someone that he can lock and open, and then he referred to the person as his Egmont. So I think it's just nice for us to invite our chairman. I know his name. Chairman Femi, please, sir, can you come up and help us present this? Since he has the key to... A round of applause for him, please.
All right, let's put our hands together for greatness.
And if you don't mind, you hold this, sir, sorry. Okay. If you don't mind, I would like one of the chairmen of one of our subsidiaries also to join us. Victor Aribi, please, can you come up? It's always good we share this together. A round of applause for him, please.
Please, let's put our hands together for Mr. Victor. Please put your hands together.
Thank you very much. So, Barrister Festus Omo Yalisha, I didn't know that you are also a padlock mechanic. But look, yes. But look, this is an opportunity again to celebrate you and to recognize you for the great work that you have been doing over 2.5 decades to build this industry. And more significantly for BRG, these fantastic young men who are transforming the sector. Thank you very much. On the behalf of BRG, please accept this as a token of their recognition. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Media, let's do pictures. Thank you very much.
Please, let's be centralized. Yes, yes.
Don't worry, go crazy, go crazy, oh baby. Do you love me? Do you want me? Do you dance all on my body? Don't worry, go crazy, yeah. Slay, 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 slay.
All right, please, let's put our hands together. Let's put our hands together. We're about to go into a very important keynote address, a very, very important one. So please, let's let everyone be seated. We need everyone to be seated. The future of Africa is now, and then the young people, the youths, are actually taking over because this is their time. They are not waiting for tomorrow. Now, when we said arise Africa, we literally meant arise Africa. We have people from different parts of Africa here, Tanzania, Kenya, Ghana. We can go on and on. We stood by our words. Now, before we bring this person up, Kelvin, I just wanted us to know that when we talk about the future of African real estate, Kenya must be a part of the conversation.
Definitely.
Now, this is a country where housing demand is estimated at about 250,000 homes annually, with a supply gap of roughly 200,000 homes every year. So today we are privileged to hear from someone from Kenya around that conversation and also affordable housing. He's young, he's smart, and we definitely want to hear the ideas here because, as we said, real estate, we do not work in isolation. We work together. When we work together, we grow a strong Africa.
All right, so His Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, we want you to keep your eye glued to the screen, and we also want a very decorum house. So please keep your eye glued to the screen, and then please, the media, let's have the screen.
David Matu Unjuguna is the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of the National Housing Corporation of Kenya. and an accomplished quantity surveyor with over 15 years of experience in construction, housing, public policy, infrastructure development. David Matu Unjuguna is the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of the National Housing Corporation of Kenya, and an accomplished quantity surveyor with over 15 years of experience in construction, housing, public policy, infrastructure development, and strategic management. He is widely recognized for driving innovation, sustainable urban development, and affordable housing initiatives across Kenya. He holds a bachelor's degree in building economics from the University of Nairobi, a Master of Science in Procurement and Logistics from Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology, and the Master of Public Policy and Management from Strathmore Business School. He is currently pursuing a doctorate in Management Science and Engineering at the Harbin Institute of Technology, China. A recipient of the Moran of the Order of the Burning Spear, MBS, he was also recognized as co-winner of the Young African Business Leader of the Year Award 2024 by African Leadership Magazine. A registered quantity surveyor and corporate member of several professional bodies, including BORAX, IQSK, KISM, and CIPS UK. Quantity surveyor Matu previously served in senior leadership at the National Construction Authority before assuming leadership of the National Housing Corporation. He is a respected advocate for affordable housing, sustainable construction, institutional excellence, and public-private partnerships that advance Africa's built environment. Ladies and gentlemen, with a round of applause, welcome on stage CEO, National Housing Corporation Kenya, David Matu Unjuguna.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I'd like to take this opportunity most sincerely to appreciate the Billionaire Realtors Group, which I understand is a subsidiary of a larger group. And therefore, in terms of protocol, allow me to first recognize the chairperson of the group. There should be a few other chairpersons, maybe of subsidiaries. I want to believe the CEOs of various subsidiaries are also present here. The senior government officials who have been invited. I've seen the governor of this particular state was ably represented. I recognize other distinguished guests. The chair of RADAN is seated here, and I want to recognize you. I recognize the presence of other invited guests. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Is there a culture on how Nigerians welcome people from other African countries? So when I say good afternoon, then I expect to hear a big good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon once again. Yeah, thank you very much. Before I proceed with my presentation for this afternoon, I have someone very dear to me who accompanied me. Where I come from, that part of Africa, we say, unless it's late in the night, you don't walk alone. So I did not walk alone, and I want to just ask her to wave the audience. Just wave the audience. Yeah, thank you very much. I think I may need the mic, the other mic, because I may need the mic, kindly, the mobile one. Thank you. I intend to do a PowerPoint presentation, which I believe I'll be able to do in a very short time. Thank you very much. Yeah, the purpose of this is because my presentation is on this screen, so I'm in a position to follow the screen.
quite quickly. I want to believe we all appreciate which city is this. Is it functioning really? Not really. Not really, not quite. Yeah, I think now we are there. Thank you very much. I take this opportunity once again to most sincerely appreciate BRG for the kind invitation to be here with you today as a keynote speaker as you celebrate your 10 years of existence. My name is QS David Mathu, MBS. As you have been informed, I'm the CEO and the Managing Director of National Housing Corporation. National Housing Corporation until December 5, 2025. We were established by an Act of Parliament, Cap 117 of the laws of Kenya, with the main intent to guide implementation of government programs and policies related to housing. However, after the enactment of what we call the government-owned enterprise, which came in place on the 5th of December last year, we have now since been incorporated under the Companies Law of Kenya, which is Cap 486, and that allows us now to be more of a commercial institution than a state parastatal. That allows us also to operate under the Government-Owned Enterprise Act number 25, where we are more than 72 institutions. We have since moved now from the traditional Ministry of Housing. We call it in Kenya the Ministry of Lands, Public Works, Housing and Urban Development, and we have since now moved to the National Treasury, where we are supposed to operate like a private sector driven institution. Our main mandate moving forward will be to provide and facilitate housing, mobilize local and international capital for housing development, and I want to believe that's why I'm here, and then of course forge partnership in housing development. And I believe this gathering here today, that is the sole reason we are meeting in this convention or in this conference this morning. Before this enactment of 2025, allow me to mention that National Housing Corporation existed for 74 years. I actually joined this institution on its 70th anniversary. So I have been with this institution for the last 4 years. Since 1953, NHC has been in the business of providing home ownership to many Kenyans, and I want to believe we have done that quite well until, of course, we realized we didn't have enough capital to actually guide us in this entire process. So where does Kenya stand at the moment? In terms of the legal framework, we now have about 5 enabling legal instruments. And I'm making an appeal as we discuss the policies across Africa that can support housing and real estate. I think Kenya, by and by, we are becoming a good role model in terms of legal and regulatory framework that can spur or scale implementation of affordable housing and growth of real estate. Number one, most recently, we have what we call the Affordable Housing Levy under the Finance Act of 2023. We have also put in place the Affordable Housing Act of 2024. Now, this particular act came in place in the month of March 2024. The effect of this is that previously Kenya did not allocate enough exchequer towards funding of housing development. And that is why National Housing Corporation, for a long time, suffered from lack of enough or adequate capital to mobilize, of course, private sector to also come in and put in money. But this act now requires that every salaried employee in Kenya, including myself, I contribute 1.5% of my gross salary. Then my employer, who is National Housing Corporation, also contributes 1.5. So for every salaried individual, there's a 3% that is collected by the Kenya Revenue Authority and is transferred to an institution. The speakers who spoke ahead of me, they spoke about institutions. Now, a new institution has been created by this Affordable Housing Act, and that is the Affordable Housing Board that collects all this money as a transfer from Kenya Revenue Authority. I'm glad to note, since its enactment in March 2024, Kenya has now mobilized about 130 billion Kenya shillings, which if you want to convert that into Nigerian naira, you just multiply that by 10. This money is used to implement the affordable housing program in Kenya and is currently doing pretty well. We also have a robust national housing policy, and for a long time, Kenya did not have an up-to-date, what you may call a building code. I want to believe, just like Nigeria, since 1968, Kenya operated a colonial document in form of a building code. So we have bequeathed ourselves a new national building code of 2024 that will help us tame importation of construction materials with a view to tame the construction costs. And here what we are saying is, for so long as we are depending on China to export construction materials to Africa, then there's no way we are going to have affordable real estate or affordable housing in Africa. So we believe with the enactment of National Building Code, we are now likely to start utilizing what we may call vernacular or local construction materials with a view to bring down the cost of construction, and again also to, in a way, promote also our African culture, which I believe is something much needed. I have spoken to the Government-Owned Enterprise Act of 2025. Now, in terms of the AHP incentives, if you are a business coming from Nigeria and you'd like to invest in the real estate in Kenya, currently the government of Kenya provides you with land. The only condition is you must have your program dubbed affordable housing by the Affordable Housing Board. You must adopt the designs that are provided by government, because we already have the designs which government has availed to the investors for either what we call the 2-bedroom houses, 1-bedroom houses, and also the single dwelling units. Now for that, in Kenya currently the rate of construction is 42,000 per square meter. So if you are coming from Nigeria to invest in Kenyan real estate, and specifically in the affordable housing program, your prices must be anything below 42,000 per square meter, Kenya shillings. If you like it, 420,000 naira and below. So if you bring us a price that is above that, then that is not deemed to be part of the affordable housing. So the government provides roads, water, sewerage, and now there's also a tax incentive. And I see my colleague from Kenya, he's here, Mr. Kenyatta. I know he'll be discussing some of these things during, I think, the panel discussions. So the effect of what Kenyan government is doing from a policy perspective is now bringing down the cost of housing to between 30 and 40%. The lady inviting me here mentioned that Kenya has had a deficit of 250,000 housing units. Allow me to say the backlog has been 2 million housing units. And the intentions of government under the affordable housing program is by the year 2027, which is next year, we needed to have done between 500,000 housing units to 1 million housing units. Before 2024, yeah, I appreciate that, Before 2024, Kenya was producing only 50,000 housing units every year. Majority of these houses were produced by the private sector. As we all know, private sector is profit driven. These houses were not for the lower income earners, they were purely for the middle income earners and high end earners. Out of the 50,000 housing units, only 1,000 was available to the lower income earners. And this was the rationale that actually made a case for the government to go for the affordable housing. So far, we have completed 40,000 housing units in 8 counties. 190,000 housing units are under construction. The government has availed over 5,000 acres of government land to the private sector and private developers to ensure that we have houses. The AHP outcomes, so far we have created 200,000 direct and indirect jobs, and over 60 private developers, like majority of whom are here, have had an opportunity to participate. Where do we see the future of financing in terms of policy innovation? In Kenya, green bonds and REITs, that is green real estate investments and trust REITs. This is critical if at all this conversation today is to make sense for BRG in the next 10 years and all the partners that are here. If indeed in the next 10 years we'll come here and have anything to celebrate, there's need for us to focus on that. There's need for blended finance and partnerships, and these should be through the development finance institutions. I'm glad to note that the former managing director of Shelter Afrique is here with us today, and this should be a global gateway partnership collaborating with county governments and other nations across Africa. In Kenya, we have 47 county governments. For them to support the national government in realization of affordable housing, they are also giving us land. The question, for example, would be, here in Lagos, does the government of Lagos avail land in partnership with the national government to ensure that we are realizing these affordable housing? So construction and mortgage guarantees, we see these, of course, as an important instrument to provide local banks with guarantees to unlock private sector funding for developers and home buyers. And whatever I'm discussing here is what we propose to be policy innovation for Africa in terms of finance. Then there's also need for alternative credit assessment, and here we are saying the role of technology. For example, in Kenya, if you want to now own an affordable housing, technology is critical. You go to your phone, you will say star, you put a code, 826 hash, it will direct you to an ecosystem we call Boma Yangu. Boma in Kenya means a home, means a dwelling. So the government has developed a marketplace where everyone who is involved in creating this affordable housing, you put all your units under that ecosystem called the Boma Yangu ecosystem. And then Kenyans now can go there, register and book for a unit. The trap here is, if you select a unit here in Lagos, you cannot select a unit in Abuja. Because for every Kenyan, one ID, you get one house. So if you have gotten one house in Lagos, you can never get another house in Abuja. So it's one ID, one house, and we are transacting that on a technology platform called Boma Yangu. Now, as the case may be with many African countries, the lower income earners in Kenya are highly informal. So their businesses are informal, yet they are the people you are creating houses for. So, and you need to give them these houses. Our program is such that it is divided into 3. For the chairman here, he can get a house. Our group chairman, you can get a house. But for you, you will get a house. at an affordable mortgage of 9%, away from the traditional 18%. Because you'd earn over 159,000 Kenya shillings. For any Kenyan earning between 20,000 Kenya shillings to 159, you just must multiply by 10. If you want to know how much Nigerian naira that is, then you'll get mortgage at 6%. And if you're a low income earner, you'll get the mortgage at 3%. So it's the same affordable housing fund, but for low income earners, they access the house at 3% for 30 years. So you'll just pay some deposit, then the balance of the amount is distributed for 30 years. And isn't that a good thing? Why are you not happy that Kenya is doing that? Yeah. So we are saying for those who are low in our societies in Africa, there is a product where you can be given a house for 30 years, you rent as you own it, you pay only 3,000, which is actually 300 nairas. Is that 30,000? 30,000 nairas? And you'll be paying that monthly for that years at an interest rate of 3%, and the house becomes yours. Isn't that a game changer? Yeah, that's a game changer. So basically that is what we are doing, and it's already working, and we are very grateful for His Excellency, the President, William Ruto, for the guidance that he has given us. That picture there is Kibera. That is Kibera. For those who have not had a chance of coming to Nairobi before we change Nairobi, because very soon we are going to change Nairobi, this is one of the biggest slums in Africa. It's called Kibera. That slum is in Nairobi. The pictures there are not AI. Those are real houses which are coming up in form of affordable housing. We are doing away with all that slum and replacing that slum with the affordable housing units and giving them to Kenyan people at 3% for that years. But there is a need for African governments then to develop an alternative credit assessment so that then you know the credit worthiness of any individual and their ability to pay. We are big on M-Pesa, which is money transfer on the phone, and this is helping us to assess how much those guys living in those slums are able to pay in those houses. So other green initiatives that Kenya, of course, is having, it's important to know that from a policy point of view, we have already put in place the Kenya National Building and Construction Decarbonization Roadmap, which is a policy of 2026 to 2040. We believe is a good thing that other African countries may want to look at. We have the National Building Code, I've spoken to that makes, of course, construction become more sustainable. Because even as we discuss real estate for Africa for the next many years, then we also need to ask ourselves, what kind of real estate are we developing? Is it a sustainable real estate? So we have an opportunity to actually promote sustainability as a, SDG. I think SDG number 11 and SDG number 13 speaks to that. And Africa can use real estate to actually contribute to the sustainable development goals, especially goal number 11 and goal number 13. Then we have the Kenya Green Financing Taxonomy. So our central bank has introduced what we are calling a green taxonomy for what is green for purposes of funding. Because there is cheap funding for green real estate initiatives. But then the question is, what are green real estate initiatives? So there was a need for an institution to develop a taxonomy of then what qualifies to be a green real estate development. So our our central bank has done that, and I think it's something good that we need to look at. As I come closer to finalizing my presentation, real estate investment opportunities in Kenya, I think it's important for me to mention this. So far, we have 67 designated special economic zones. I have seen one here. I went for dinner last night at ECO. It's called ECO. ECO. Oh, not ECO. ECO. Okay, ECO. ECO Atlantic. It's called ECO. ECO Atlantic. So Kenya has such economic zone, 67 of them legislated, similar to what you have here. And if you're a private investor, you can now put in your money in any of these areas, or you can actually propose your development. Then the government has a mechanism to dub your investment a special economic zone. We have real estate investment trusts, and these are currently being traded on Nairobi Securities Exchange. A lot of universities in Kenya and tertiary institutions lack proper accommodation for our kids. So kids are coming from the village, they qualify to come to a university. For example, myself, I come from a county called Nyandarua, and I passed from Nyandarua. That time the problem was not as big as it is right now, and I came to the University of Nairobi. Now the kids who are currently coming from the village to the universities, they don't have enough accommodation. And universities are not so much investing in accommodation. They're investing in core business, which is learning, research, and consultancy. So private investors, like, of course, most of us who are here, have found an opportunity to develop residential units around universities. And therefore, they have gone to the Nairobi Securities Exchange and invited as many Kenyans as possible, and even foreigners as many as possible, to put in money in the REITs which are developing. I would like you to go online and check, maybe, because I know you still have data, right? You can check Kwetu Homes. Kwetu are students' accommodations which are being done by investors around universities, and they allow you to put in your money there, and then of course your money will be saved. I believe Mr. Kenyatta can speak to that because he focuses a lot on capital. Of course, joint ventures, mostly through special project vehicles. I think I've spoken to that. Then tourism and coastal holiday rentals, beachfront and lake region properties. In Kenya, this is an opportunity for every Nigerian. Yeah? If you have always wanted to own something in Kenya, that is an opportunity. Kenya Coastal has very good returns because of people coming in to vacation. So even the billionaire, is it a billionaire club or a billionaire realtors? I think all of us who are here now belongs to a billionaire club, isn't it? Yeah, you can tap your neighbor and tell them you are now a billionaire, part of the billionaire club. Yeah? Some of us don't believe we are part of billionaire clubs there, yeah, isn't it? So lastly, in terms of challenges, Kenya is still a predominantly import market for construction inputs. And I want to believe so are so many other African countries. So if we are to promote our real estate, there is need for us to foster local manufacturing in our own countries, promote adoption of local building codes so that we can utilize also local materials towards supporting real estate and affordable housing. But so long as we are importing materials from China and other Asian countries, there's no day we are going to say we are having significantly affordable housing units. Again, international supply chain challenges. You realize, for example, most recently, we had the war between America and Iran, and then you know what happened. So if you are expecting your flow of materials, say from China or from other markets, then we become greatly destabilized. I am glad to note that our own African brother and our senior, Mr. Dangote, is now doing very well here in this country, and he has moved to Nairobi. Actually, the next biggest refinery by Mr. Dangote is coming to Kenya in a place called Lamu. So you can also clap for us. So I think that is why you also need to bring in your money in real estate, isn't it? Yeah, he is showing confidence in the Kenyan market. So inadequate adoption of innovative designs and of course alternative building materials and technology. I would like to hear the case of Nigeria. From our financing challenges, of course we have challenges in capital mobilization. For example, National Housing Corporation, most recently we took a facility. I think I have only done some 2 drawdowns. That facility, I'm getting it from a local bank. And we are getting that facility at 13.3. Now, if you get a facility at 13.3, then if I am to sell these housing units, there's no way those units are going to be very affordable. So the need for Africa to then rethink and innovate around financing is critical. Capital markets are still developing in this large part of Africa, like sub-Saharan Africa. I am glad about a month ago, I received about 26 CEOs from Nigeria benchmarking with our institution. And they also had an opportunity. Yes, they came to benchmark, that's for sure, with our institution, 26 of them. But they also noted that in Nairobi, one of the greatest challenges is that the capital markets are still developing. And I want to believe many African countries, this is the scenario. Also, we don't have enough innovative products available for investors. So I think our conveners today, this is one of the areas where you can guide us and you can lead us to see how this gathering can work together towards becoming more innovative in terms of the products that we avail to those who are interested in investing. Now, one of the legal challenges that is facing the affordable housing in Kenya, and we are trying to surmount it, is on the titling. Is titling a major challenge here? Is titling a major challenge in Nigeria? Or everyone in Nigeria has a title? Yes? Everyone in Nigeria has a title? No, it's a challenge. So this is the same case in Nairobi. We are struggling around this area, but then again, what the government is doing is to have a very good team dedicated to everyone who is interested in affordable housing to ensure that you get your title in good place. Securitization requirements again becomes a challenge when we are giving mortgages, especially for low-income earners. Then, of course, changes to accommodate innovation in the built environment require incorporation in law, and I think I had already spoken to that. So, those are some of the challenges, of course, we have and opportunities we have, because every opportunity or every challenge becomes an opportunity. Someone spoke about Kigali, what is going on, rapid urbanization in Nairobi. I invite everyone to come to Nairobi and explore those kind of opportunities. I think they are readable to everyone, so allow me not to spend a lot of time to discuss them. But what we are saying here is that Kenya's growing, and real estate sector in Kenya is hungry for investment. Ladies and gentlemen, what we need to drive Africa is collaborative policies that should minimize double taxation. You are taxed in Nigeria, you are taxed in Nairobi. That must cease, and we must develop such policies. Capital repatriation guarantees. There are some countries in Africa, and you know them, where you invest your money and you can't take your money back to your country when that money matures or when you need it back to your economy. Finally, harmonization of rates regime across Africa, where we can have an Africa rate. Policy should reduce friction at every layer, so from title to transaction to capital. And we need to adopt a single window approach for cross-border approvals, all the way from development planning to control. Then there's need for an African real estate investment trust. I think I've spoken to that. And finally, a cross-border dispute resolution mechanism. We still need to develop a lot of capability around alternative dispute resolutions in Africa. The whole rationale for negotiation, the role of adjudication and mediations, arbitration, and in worst case scenario, litigation. I think that is critical.
Right.
I come to terminating my presentation by saying thank you very much. Asanteni sana. Thank you.
Asante Shana. Thank you so much. Fantastic. Please let's put our hands together for this very brilliant young man. Please wait behind.
Hold on, sir.
We have something for
Hello,
you.
sir.
We have something for you, please. We won't just let you go like that. Fantastic presentation. Please let's have our co-founders join us on stage, and also let's have our board members also join us. Thank you so much. We have something special for you. When we say Africa is now, we see young minds that continue to change the narrative. It's so beautiful to see what Kenya is doing with real estate, and it's something that we can all learn from each other. We do not work in isolation. Real estate, we all work together. All right, let's just do pictures. Thank you so much. Please let's have the award given to them. Thank you. On behalf of BRG, we say we love you. Thank you for coming to Nigeria, and I'm sure there's going to be more collaborations.
No, it's okay. I was told that your beautiful wife is here. Please, where's she?
Please let's have his very pretty wife come up stage. Please come up stage so we can take pictures. Thank you so much. Please let's put our hands together.
A round of applause for her,
Let's
please.
celebrate the beautiful wife, please. Now they say beside every man that does very well is a very strong woman, and we can see his really beautiful wife. Please let's put our hands together for her. Thank you for coming to Nigeria.
I hope some of those houses are for free for us. Well, thank you for coming all the way from Nairobi to be part of this. We're so proud. And we believe that this will be the beginning of a collaboration between you, BLG, Nigeria, and Kenya. So thank you for not just coming alone, for bringing your beautiful wife along. And we so much appreciate you. And on behalf of the BLG, Billionaires Rachel Group, the organizer of this program, I want to say a big thank you by presenting this to you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Karibo. Thank you for coming to Nigeria. It was a pleasure. Great conversation. Thank you so much. We hope to see more collaborations between Nigerian real estate and Kenya, and probably maybe do a Rise Africa in Kenya next year. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we have some dignitaries here that we would like to acknowledge. But just after this, we're going to go into a very important panel session. We're going to go into our panel sessions. But just, before we do that, can we all settle in, please? Thank you very much. Yes, let's all settle in. Thank you very much. All right. Now they say beside every successful man is a very, very powerful woman. And right about now, I want to acknowledge the wives of our conveners right here. Please, let's put our hands together for Mrs. Adekunle Abikoye Fatima Dolapo. Please, let's put our hands together. May you rise, please.
Please, let's
Very
celebrate
beautiful. She's the wife of Dr. Emmanuel Abikoye. She continues to make sure that he does very well. She's suddenly behind him and beside him. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. You know, they say the role a wife plays cannot be overplayed. They are always there in moments that we do not see. In the closed door, she's there cheering him up. So thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Also, I'd like to acknowledge the wife of Dr. Tony Kolawole Aspire, talking about Kolawole Victoria. Thank you so much. Please, may you rise in that very beautiful outfit. You look so good. Thank you for joining us. And we sure have to celebrate this powerful woman, because I tell you, when you see a man go forward, it means his wife is there supporting him big time. Am I correct? My women, am I correct? All right, please have your seat. Thank you very much. Also, we would like to acknowledge the presence of Alaji Ololade Suleiman. He's a member board of director of Vista Holding. Please, let's put our hands together for him. And his very, very pretty wife. Please rise. Thank you so much. And his very beautiful wife beside him. Also, let's put our hands together for Mr. Victor Aribi, okay? He is member board of director of Vista Holding as well. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much, Ria. Thank you. I heard you say the women are the one helping the men to make sure that we're looking good. Thank you so much.
Of course, and that's why I'm helping you. See how good you look here.
Exactly, with my money. Thank you. Yeah, every help the woman.
Your
help,
money is my money. It's all our money.
exactly, every help the woman help the man is with the man's money. Men, oh yeah. Oh, I thought you get it. If you don't
No,
get it,
no support.
all right, ladies and gentlemen, can we say "Arise, Africa"? Can you say "Arise, Africa"?
No, but we have to say it like we actually mean it. We have to say it like Africans. So when we say "Arise, Africa," it's "Arise, Africa." That's how we say it.
Ria, the way you are rising this thing, you get it? If you don't get it,
all right. So please, let's go again. "Arise, Africa." Let's do that, please.
All right, so
let's go in.
Look at your
5,
neighbor. Look
4,
at your
3,
neighbor.
2, 1. Let's go. Arise, Africa. One more time. Arise, Africa. Now that's the spirit.
It's cold. Look at your neighbor. Do like this. Arise, Africa. Aha, that's beautiful. All right, very quickly, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us today. We are super excited to have every single personality here today. God bless you, really good. We know we do not take this, your presence today, for granted. We are so excited to have you. Please permit me to recognize some of our big bosses who have joined us today from all around the globe. So please, ladies and gentlemen, with a resounding round of applause, help me salute the presence of the Vice President, Reader, Dr. Kunle Adeyemi. Please, let's celebrate him very well.
Let's put our hands together.
Let's celebrate him very well.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for joining us today, sir. And also give a warm round of applause as we celebrate the presence of the Chairman, Reader, Ogun State, Dr. Adeniyi Adeyemi. Please, let's give him a very resounding round of applause.
Thank you so much for joining us. I see you all the way there.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Please, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, help me with a resounding round of applause as we also recognize the presence of Dr. Simon Nwachukwu Adoze, MD at Dozillion's Home.
All right, thank you
Lagos
so much.
Chapter
Please,
Secretary
may you
General.
rise. May you rise. Please. Thank you for joining us.
A round of applause for him. Thank you so
for
much, sir,
joining
for
us.
joining us. Also, quickly, we recognize the presence of Dr. Lukman Shobawale David, Assistant Secretary, Radiant Lagos Chapter. Please, can we give him a resounding round of applause? Thank you so much, sir, for joining us today. And very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, help me with a very resounding round of applause as I recognize the presence of Dr. David Ashogba, MD Reftop Homes Limited, Auditor, Reagan, Lagos Chapter.
For joining us.
Please, a round of applause for him.
Please,
Thank
can
you
we
so
see
much,
you?
sir.
Okay, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, sir. And also help me celebrate the presence of Dr. John Paul, the CEO of Zularish Properties International. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much.
We're
Thank
super
you.
excited to have you today. Also help me celebrate the presence of Dr. Frederick Opaje, CEO Heaven Investment Limited. We're super excited to have you, sir, today. Please, you can just wave your hand
Please
wherever
just
you are.
identify.
Thank
Let's
you so
see
much,
you.
sir.
Thank you.
And also help me celebrate the presence of Dr. Michael Akwete, the CEO of Zion Smart Building. Please, let's celebrate him.
Thank you.
So
Thank you
much
so
for joining us. Help me celebrate the presence of Barrister Omolabake Adetumbi, the CEO, Legal City Homes and Property. Please, a round of applause for
round
her.
of applause. Thank
you so much. Also celebrate the presence of Barrister Daku Chubike Achuma, partner, Legal City Homes Property. Thank you so much for joining us today. And also celebrate the presence of Dr. Wale, the COO, Gracious Garden. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you so much.
Also celebrating the presence of Mr. Olisa, the CEO, Symbolic Development. Thank you so much for joining us. Also celebrating one of a great personality, Dr. Endurance Agono, the CEO, Ace Royal. Please give him a resounding round of applause.
For joining us.
And so, ladies and gentlemen, as the program continues.
But just before we do that, let's quickly acknowledge our sponsors as we get ready for our panel session. I will also be coming into the audience to just find out so far, what would you tell me you have learned from Arise Africa? But before we do that, our platinum sponsors, Tribitat Real Estate, please let's put our hands together. They continue to redefine the world of real estate.
Celebrate them.
All right, Ace Royal Estates, please let's put our hands together.
Ace Royal Estate, please let's give them a resounding round of applause, please.
Yes, money is involved, so let's give them a round
money
of applause.
is involved, so
also Landvest, thank you so much for your continued support.
Thank you so much, Landvest.
All right, for our gold sponsors, we have Ados Leon Homes and Realty. Thank you so much.
We have, thank you.
We have Evermark. Thank you so much.
Evermark.
We have Trustwatch. Thank you so much. You've been an amazing sponsor. Thank you so much. We have Xylos Properties. Thank you. We have Giddy Real Estate. Thank you so so much. We have Revved Up Homes. Thank you so much. And any name we didn't mention, we'll definitely mention it in course of the event. But we acknowledge all our sponsors. We know what it is to bring out money, and not just money, support Rise Africa. It means a whole lot to us. So like we said, we'll be moving on with our panel session. But just as they get it ready, it's time for some interaction. I may just come to you. So I hope you've been learning something from the panel and from also the conversations that we've been having. So let's go as we get ready for the panel session.
All right. Please, let's jam hands together for this wonderful initiative.
All right, DJ, please hold it down. So as we get our panel ready to come, I just want to, so let me know when it's time for our panels to get on stage. I'll just speak to a couple of people that are here. This is such a fantastic event, and I want us to be interactive as possible. So let me come to you, sir. Hello, sir. How are you doing? When you hear Arise Africa, what's that first thing that comes to your mind? And how proud are you being an African?
Well, black is gold, so I'm very proud to be an Africa. And immediately you hear Arise Africa, the first thing that comes to mind is it's time for us to wake up. It's time for us to do things the new way to get new and better results. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please let's put our hands together for him. I'm coming to random tables. Hello on this table. How you all doing? Have you been enjoying the conversation at Arise Africa so far?
It has been cool. Okay. I've been learning so many things so far. And
as an African, tell me, how do you think this is going to impact your living now, what you've learned from Arise Africa?
Okay, real estate is a fast-growing enterprise that has been going on. With what I've learned so far, I know that if I push further on sales and navigate very well, giving people their dream homes, suitable for what they actually need it for, be it commercial or a personal investment.
All right, please let's put our hands together for her. Thank you so much. Let me just come here. But here I will be speaking about the BRG. We all know that the BRG has been in existence for 10 years now. Sir, are you with me? Okay. When you hear BRG, what comes to mind? And what would you like to say to BRG as they celebrate 10 years of greatness?
Wow. Congratulations, BRG. 10 years of greatness. When you hear BRG, you see greatness. Being Africa is the best thing I would say have happened to me. It's been a great privilege. Born in Africa, people see it as a disadvantage, but it's never. Somebody said black is good, so that's Africa for you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Indeed, black is actually gold. Black is actually very beautiful. Okay, I see some really nice Igbo chiefs here with the Igbo. This looks really nice. I love when we represent African culture. I see the Yoruba culture here. I see the Igbo culture here. What would you like to say to BRG on this very, very special occasion, 10 years in business?
Okay, so so far I would say this is one of a kind. It's rare, it's intentional, and it's rightly positioning BRG as a global brand that you can trust, you can do business with, and then you can always bank on. Right. Amazing.
All right, thank you so much. I see Lulu around the corner, so of course I'm going to head over to Lulu. Lulu, you are family to BRG. I mean, 10 years. First of all, how do you feel to see this brand stand so strong this long period?
Okay, I feel proud. And like I always say, BRG is my number one, numero uno. They taught me everything that I know until date. And for the fact that we always rise by lifting others, and then we're trying to rise Africa as well. So this is global. We're going global, and we're going to remain global. We're going to remain the number one in Africa and beyond.
All right, please let's put our hands together for Lulu. Very, very beautiful there. I'm just going to go to two more tables before I'm sure our panel will be
We're
ready.
We're ready.
But are we ready? Okay,
Yes.
fantastic.
We'll come back.
But please put your hands together for yourselves. Everyone that answered questions. We're supposed to be very interactive. So yes, right about now, we'll be moving to our panel sessions. And it's very important you listen to this particular sessions. You listen carefully. If you have questions, you get to jot the questions down as well. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so our first panel session is one that, you need to pay close attention to. But please, let's look closely at the screens. Thank you so much. All right, so let's welcome. I like to call her the one and only TMO. That's what I love to call her. Please, let's put our hands together as she comes up stage, and then we watch the screen for a very beautiful introduction. A very strong woman, a very passionate woman, a woman that always knows our onions. Please put your hands together. Let's put our hands together for Tope Mag. Please put your hands together. Popularly known as the one and only TMO. And she's going to be moderating this panel. But now let's watch the screens, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I know that you're busy eating. You've gotten a whole lot of value, but I was being introduced, and only my organs in the front clapped. So once again, we give honor to whom honor is due. And as I'm sitting on this stage, honor is due to me. So please give a round of applause for TMO. Thank you very much. Also give a round of applause for yourself. I'm so happy to be here. I'm happier because the industry is getting a much needed knowledge. And so if you are a player in the real estate industry and you are here to learn and you've enjoyed your time here, please give yourselves a round of applause. Thank you so much. So my panel will be discussing housing Africa, bridging the gap between demand, affordability, and delivery. I'm going to be bringing my two panelists on stage. When I introduce them, please don't do what you did when I was being called. You will do what you did after I compelled you. You will clap like you know how powerful they are. My first panelist today that I'll be bringing on stage is the Managing Director of Capital Flow. And he will be the first person that will be coming on stage. I want you to give a round of applause as I bring on stage. Sorry. The paper seems to be flying everywhere. Mr. Zachary Kenyatta Munene. Mr. Zachary Kenyatta Munene, please keep clapping, keep clapping, keep clapping. Keep clapping as he takes his seat. I will quickly read his bio appropriately so you will understand the value he's bringing to our conversation. So Mr. Zachary Kenyatta is the Managing Director of Capital Flow Africa Partners, and is into development finance. He's a specialist with over 2 decades of experience mobilizing capital, restructuring major debt and equity investments, and leveraging capital markets to solve Africa's housing deficit. So with this knowledge, once again, give a round of applause for Mr. Zachary Kenyatta Munene. So when I saw your name, I was like, I remembered Kenyatta, like, obviously. But it's good to have you. You're welcome.
Thank you.
And our second panelist who will be joining is a woman I have admired for several years. And she is the country manager of Mr. Real Estate PLC. She's the MD of Mr. Hospitality and Retail. She's a veteran architect, an executive with over 30 years of experience delivering large-scale, sustainable real estate solutions and inclusive communities. Please, with a warm round of applause, celebrate with me, Mrs. Sade Hughes. Keep clapping, keep clapping, keep clapping. You're welcome, ma. Thank you so much. Thank you, ma. This is going to be a very phenomenal. There are some of you sitting down here that when she started real estate, you were not born. Just don't look at anybody. Just look straight at me. I'm not throwing shade, but you just know. Because 30 years is not a joke. On this stage, we have 50. If I add my own real estate, I'm the smallest in real estate here. But if we take 20 years in capital finances, 30 years in building communities, 6 chickeny years, that's 56 years on stage. Please give a round of applause for this panel. We are going to be discussing Housing Africa, bridging the gap between demand and affordability. And for me, this conversation is so crucial because if you were paying attention to everything all the other speakers have been talking about, you will know that the challenge of affordability cuts across Africa. It is not just a Nigerian thing, but to put it into context, housing is one of the clearest intersection between economic development and human well-being. When we talk about real estate, we're not just talking about property values. We're talking about investment returns or even constructions. We're talking about where families would live, where children will grow, where businesses operate, and where communities are building their future. Across Africa, the demand for housing continues to rise, but delivery remains constrained by affordability, access to finance, land, infrastructure, construction costs, and regulatory bottlenecks. So in this panel session, we'll be discussing everything that has to do with bridging that gap between demand, affordability, and delivery. And the two people that are on this panel understand how important this is, and they are ready for us. The first question I'll be throwing to Mrs. Hughes. Yes, the audio is good, man. Housing becomes more meaningful when people can actually afford to access it, and based on the development that you have coordinated, I know the price range of some of the projects that your company has coordinated. What needs to change in the way we finance, design our housing, and even deliver this housing if we want to reach Africa's mass market, rather than what we currently do, which is serving the premium segment?
Thank you. Hello. Thank you so much, TMO. It's an honor and a pleasure to be here this afternoon. And I'm very excited that we were told that most of the audience are of the younger generation. I think in Nigeria, and I think across Africa as well, we are quite different from the Western countries because our population is actually a younger population. And therefore, the future really, as they said, is in this audience here. And the future also of the numbers of people that we're supposed to be housing are also in the younger generation. And that's where the problem lies. Because there's several problems. Okay, I'll tell you a bit about myself and my journey first. I'm an architect, and therefore it resonates with me that by our very training, we're taught that what we spend our time doing can impact and influence the lives of human beings. You mentioned families. You mentioned even the built environment is also the offices that we work in. And so it's very, very key that whatever we do is aimed at getting access to let as many people as they can have quality housing. Quality communities is what our watchword in the company that we use. Your Royal Highness, you mentioned that, thank you, sir. That was a very, very nice speech that you made there, very encouraging. You did mention that the task goes beyond just delivering housing. What we're supposed to be discussing is, influencing policy. The policy is the backbone of how we'll be able to deliver what. So let me go to the topic or the question you've just asked me. In Nigeria, I know that my colleague here will probably speak about the perspective from his country. but I can speak about Nigeria. The problem that besets the price of housing, there are three basic things, or the access to housing. The first one is financing. So we are yet to master access to long-term finance for prospective homeowners to be able to get hold of capital that they can pay over time in order to access, good quality housing at whatever level. The company I work for, we cater to all levels, the premium, the mid, and also the lower levels. So we're very, aware of the different challenges there. Access, and that basically, we speak about mortgages, because I think when you talk about real estate, you ask yourself that, okay, in other parts of the world, people can access, long-term finance so that they can pay for their homes over time. I'd like to acknowledge actually that recently in Nigeria, the federal government of Nigeria, we have revisited the housing policy. For as long as I have been alive anyway, we've had the National Housing Fund, but that has metamorphosed now into what they call the MREF scheme. So we have the MREF scheme that is promoted by the federal government of Nigeria. Under the current regime, I must give them kudos to that, whereby people can access mortgage financing at single digits. If you put that beside what your commercial mortgages cost in Nigeria now, which is high double digits, I think it's an excellent scheme, and I'd like to encourage a lot of people, to get educated about it and access that. I'll just quickly touch on the costs of producing quality real estate as well. This is what we do. This is what I think I've done for most of the 36 years or 38 years that I've been working. And unfortunately, in Nigeria, I guess also across Africa, we're still stuck within this, low level of industrialization, high dependency on importation. And this also affects, then our currencies, our local currencies are volatile. Exchange rates, are very volatile. But I also must commend in the industry in Nigeria, there are several, I don't want to name names, but there are people who now are producing tiles. I'd like to acknowledge, that. We have some very good companies that are producing local tiles. We have some that are producing ceramics, sanitary ceramics. And of course, our big brother, who is down the road, the Dangote Group, who have made, access to cement, the Bua Group, Lafarge and others, who are producing the cement. There's one area that is lacking, and that is reinforcement. So we'd like to see the likes of, Jalkuta Steel Factory, iron and all that, coming back online. So these are some of the issues, and I'd like to put the mic down so that my colleague can also have a word. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I hope we were paying attention. Please give her a round of applause. Now, for the developers, I know you pay attention. For realtors, I want to be sure you are following. We have conversation. I started my journey as a realtor. We have conversations with clients who don't understand the context of construction and behind the scenes. And when you attend industry events like this, yes, it is good to network amongst yourselves and ask questions about how to drive sales, but you're also understanding the behind the scenes, the policy movements that are crucial to your interaction with clients at the end of the day. So you were answering the question, you mentioned finance. And what came to my mind was, are you talking, because you mentioned MREF, was your financing challenge? Because the question I asked you was finance, design, housing. So I know you spoke on finance. You didn't talk about design or the delivery. But when you were mentioning finance, were you talking about the cost of construction and access to finance for construction, or access to finance for the individuals that are the clients that we want to buy, because that's where the mortgage will come in handy?
Yeah, so there are two sides, of course, to real estate. There's a supply side, which is where the developers such as ourselves, Mixed Africa, comes in. And then there's also the demand side, which is the people who want to buy. So MREF, the mortgage instruments, of course, assist on the demand side. The supply side, sorry to say, we're high and dry. We're left
Just
high and
wanted to
dry.
be-
Yes, because the headwinds that are, that are affecting us are all those, macros that I spoke about. Low industrialization, heavy dependence on importation for finishes. Although I'm not here to, to paint a negative story. I'm here to also mention, the several initiatives that various players in the market, are also coming. So MRIF assists on the demand side. On the supply side, we want more government policies. We want government to give developers incentives. We want them to assist us with, maybe importation, to relax the waivers, and things like that on the materials that we have to import, and heavy ones like, structural steel and all. Understanding that is because we haven't been able to get our act right internally. We have, big projects that we were supposed to be, generating our own structural steel, so I think for as long as those projects haven't seen the light of day, I think the government really should assist developers with waivers on areas like that. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. So thank you so much. There are constellation of issues that needs to be resolved for the financing part to be worked. But Mr. Munene has worked more in the finance side, raising capital and all that. So my question to you would be, in order to access affordable long-term financing, as that remains a major constraint for both developers and the home buyers. I don't know how it is in Kenya, how accessible home buyers have to affordable mortgage system, but what financing model do you believe could be scaled across African markets to make housing more accessible? What calculation can we do to make housing more accessible? Because the realtors would want to sell more, and if there are more affordable processes, they would sell more. Developers will want to solve the problem if we have access to better finance. What can we do?
All right, thank you so much, moderator, for that question. And maybe before I get into some insights around the question, let me take this opportunity to just congratulate BRG as they do celebrate their 10th anniversary. This is a fantastic way of giving back to the industry that you are so entrenched in, and we do congratulate you, team. Now, the question of finance is just one of about 4 key things that do affect affordability for housing across Africa. And it's important that we do isolate these key factors, look for solutions around each of them, because unless they all come together, then affordability will remain it will remain a mirage, so to speak. The first one is the issue of land. The second one is the issue of construction finance. And you'll see how all these come together, because affordability is really money. It's ability to purchase the end house. So if land is not affordable, then it becomes impossible for homes to own, for families to own home. The second one is on construction finance, construction costs. Then the other one is availability of infrastructure around where the houses are being constructed. And the last one, which I think should is what we focus most on, is ability to finance. And Shade has mentioned about finance in 2 forms. Developer finance, which is usually short-term, 2 years, 3 years for you to deliver the houses to your clients. But more importantly, the longer term is the mortgage finance. Let me not use the word mortgage finance, because that is just one of the ways to finance a house, but we call it housing finance. Housing finance may take different forms, and that is where the longer term funding is required. Now, your question on what models will be appropriate to do that kind of financing, I would submit 2 options. The first one is where financial institutions come to support real estate developers for the short-term money, which is consistent with what financial institutions have in terms of their deposits or their ability to finance. Where the headache comes is accessibility of long-term funding for the end users. And if we are able to tie the end user financing, then there's a model that can be used then to support the developer's finance. And therefore, the proposal is to have an ecosystem where the short-term financiers for developers are collaborating with the long-term financiers. Now, where does the long-term finance come from? At the moment, and I'm glad to mention that I'm currently investigating this as part of my PhD dissertation, is to work with the capital markets to be able to mobilize funding for the longer term. So the capital markets have access to funds from institutions like insurance companies, pension funds, that if we create proper vehicles within the capital markets, then we are able to unlock funding for the long term. And I'm glad to mention that a country like Kenya, and QS Madhu did mention, Kenya has recognized the importance of working in the ecosystem. So there's someone working on the land issues, someone working on the construction finance issue, someone working on the infrastructure, and then the financial institutions have come on board then to bring it all together to make affordability possible, both at the developer's perspective and at the end user perspective. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please give him a round of applause. There's a lot of noise at the back there. I know they're trying to pass food around, but the rowdiness is a bit distracting. Please, can we keep it calm? Thank you. I did not think land was an issue in Kenya. I thought it's only Nigeria that land is an issue, but obviously it was important you highlighted it, because if the land is expensive, the building cannot be cheap automatically. Because if you buy an expensive land, you're not going to build a bungalow, a small, you have to build something equivalent to getting the returns on what you spent on the land. So thanks for highlighting that. Construction costs and construction finance, as well as infrastructure being available, is very key. But I love when you spoke about capital market. And while we have some developers in Nigeria who have been able to go into the capital market through white paper to access funds that are easier than what the commercial banks would give, there's still room for consolidated effort to make that our current reality. It would seem like I'm asking the same question in another format, Mrs. Hughes, because what I want to ask you is, if the answer to affordable housing lie with the government, like, do we need government intervention or more of private sector innovation, or a combination of both? And how would you grade it? And we have just 1 minute to answer this question, Ma.
Oh, wow. Okay. So the answer is that it's a combination. One cannot work without the other. There's one word that I haven't mentioned, and also my colleague, Mr. Zachary, hasn't mentioned: infrastructure. I think infrastructure is one place where government has to come to the table. Infrastructure is access by means of roads, primary roads, secondary roads, whatever. Access, infrastructure. The other part of the other side of the table with infrastructure is your electricity, access to water. I think if government comes to the table on that side and just makes sure that the basic infrastructure is available, so that private developers can take the story on from there, I think that would help a great deal. Dr. Zachary mentioned short-term finance, which is what developers like us can access. But then the point is that at the end of the day, who bears the brunt? It's the buyers. So yes, you can access short-term finance, otherwise known as debt. Let's call it what it is. But once debt comes onto the table, it has to be paid back. And at the end of the day, it goes down to the buyer. So I'm not sure I've answered your question, but at least I've introduced where government can also, but it's a partnership.
Yes, definitely. I understand the government intervention, because what we currently have in Nigeria is developers building roads, providing power, providing water themselves, which increases the cost of housing at the end of the day. But my question to you, Ms. Amunene, is how do we balance, keeping the interest low for low-income buyers while still managing the risk and local high costs? So right now, Nigeria is celebrating MRIF because we now have single digits, but we are still paying double digits as developers to build the house, which means that invariably the house isn't going to be cheap. It's just easier for the cost for buyers to pay for the expensive houses. But for us to achieve this affordable housing, how do we balance the risk of keeping the interest rate low and then managing the risk with inflation and all of that? Thank you. Another 1 minute.
Yeah, it's a question that has been asked multiple times, especially in Africa, with regard to our levels of interest. But from a finance perspective, interest is actually a measure of risk. So if we are able to manage the risks associated with home ownership, then that would naturally drive down the interest rates. But that is easier said than done. I must say one of the things that I have seen that has helped Kenya to bring the home ownership interest rate down is access to long-term development finance institutions money. That's number one. Number two, with the support of the development finance institutions, internal or local organizations like the mortgage refinance companies have been able to go to the capital markets and access funds at, so to speak, market level. And when you blend the money coming from the capital markets and the money coming from the development finance institutions, then we are able then to have an average of a rate that is even below double digits. Kenya has been able to achieve that. So institutions like mortgage refinance institutions that bring more liquidity into the market can be used as good vehicles to bring down interest rates. The second thing I would say is the measurement of risk. Sometimes the finance providers will assume risks that probably may not be existing if solutions have been provided for. There's something that QS Matthew talked about, alternative credit assessment. When you walk into a bank and everything they ask is whether you have a pay slip, then they miss the point, because a pay slip is not an indicator of your ability to pay or your willingness to pay. Africa is made up of a lot of people in the informal sector. And if you bring alternative credit assessments, for example, business cash flows, mobile money transactions, or statements from alternative investments that individuals have made, such data can be used to help estimate the risk associated with a borrower and therefore give a financial institution a better perspective, not to price you so high, because after they have seen your assessment, then they are able to propose a lower digit. So there's a lot of innovation and a lot of action that will be required to mortgage service providers or financial institutions that are keen in housing finance to develop alternative credit assessments, which will then remove the assumption that a big population of Africa has high risk, while in the real sense, that is where money should be made.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for that suggestion. Please give him a round of applause. That was so well put together. I never thought of it like that. The risk affects the interest, and if we actually modify how we are accessing individuals' risk based on their willingness, not just capacity to pay, we can bring it down. But just for the sake of local knowledge, how much is the mortgage? What's the range of mortgage in Kenya, and like how much to one mortgage, two construction? If I want to borrow money from the bank, like if I go to the capital market, like how much should I get? What's the percentage?
There are three levels, and my colleague did attempt to break it down. There's you and I who can afford a house without support, and so you'll get a market rate, which is in double digits. However, for the affordable housing program, the policy direction is that the mortgage should not be more than 10%. And therefore, anybody accessing housing under the affordable housing program, commercial banks and other participants in the program are charging below 10%. So you'll find an institution giving you 9%. And there's the most bottom level are even being charged 3% interest rate. It is possible. but it is important to fragment the market so that you and I, who can afford market rate, don't go and claw back on what is being provided for at 3%.
That's really, really good. I love that. It's not fair to those that are in the middle class, but it covers those that are on the lower class. And I think it will be something that the government should put in place. So there's a market, there's a cap to the amount of house you can buy in that affordable housing scheme. My final, just quick one. If you are going to pick one policy, there's just one thing that you feel, if we do it in the next 12 years, it will radically drop the cost of construction and the process of getting affordable housing. What will that one policy be? Just one thing that if you just want to get the government to do it, what would it be?
That's a difficult one because it's got to be a multifaceted approach. But I think in terms of construction costs, the principle of industrializing housing would work because it helps you with the economies of scale. So instead of building one house across the country, just do produce houses in factories, so to speak. Yeah, that would bring down costs in a big way.
Same question, ma'am.
There's no way I'm going to give you just one, like you said. Yeah.
I knew it was an impossible question to answer.
So look, rethink finance. It starts and it ends with finance, both on the supply and the demand side. On the supply side, we've talked about waivers, we've talked about infrastructure. If government can come to the table on those two things for the private sector, that would be fantastic. On the demand side, they've done a good thing by taking it down to single digits. In terms of cost, we've talked also about the fact that at the end of the day, your price depends on the cost. So the price at which I sell something depends on how much it costs me to produce it. And then, yeah, infrastructure. Thank you.
You so much. Thank you. I'd like to invite our conveners.
Please, let's put our hands together for that fantastic panel session, please. We need to put our hands together. That was really, really beautiful. But right about now, please, let's have our conveners come up stage for us to take pictures. But please put your hands together. That was indeed very, very insightful. Thank you so much. Please, can we have our conveners come up stage to have beautiful photos with this amazing. TMO is always fantastic. Always fantastic. Always ready, always fantastic. All right, so we'll do pictures. Let's have our board chair join us as well. Thank you so much. I told you earlier on what we're doing here. All right, so we'll be giving them something special. Of course, they can't do this fantastic job and we let them go like that. Here at BRG, we appreciate our own. We love our own, and we don't just let them go like that. So we're presenting these awards to tell them that we see you, we love you, and thank you for your great impact in the world of real estate. It's beautiful to see that when we work together, they say one broom can't sweep a forest. So it's nice to see that when we work together, we achieve a lot. And as Africans, we'll keep telling our stories. We are the only ones that will tell our stories like ourselves. Please, let's have the awards. Thank you so much. Just before you leave, let's have the awards. Thank you. All right, presented to you from BRG Arise Africa. Thank you so much for being part of this. Once again, thanks to the TMO for chairing this very particular, beautiful session. You're amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, there you go. Who's okay?
Thank you so much, Ma, for this. We appreciate you for a very cerebral and very intellectual discussion. And we're glad that you honored our invitation. Thank you so much. Thank you. God bless you, Ma.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ma. We are deeply grateful coming all the way from Kenya to be here. And thank you so much, Kenyatta. Is that the proper? Kenyatta. Is that the proper? That one is this one. Your name is Kenyatta. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Well done. I went in. and to my darling TMO. I mean, she's a trailblazer when it comes to the real estate. She started not too long ago, and then she's showing us that what a man can do, a woman can do way much better.
Yes.
So thank you so much. God bless you.
I love what he said. What a man can do, a woman can certainly do better. All right. Thank you so much, TMO. You're always fantastic when you hold the mic. Thank you. Thank you so much.
That's very motivational.
Yes. All right. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. We're still on with our program. Arise, Africa. Arise, Africa. Please, can I hear you say it with a lot of energy? Arise, Africa. We're not tired. We're eating, but in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, let's go. Arise, Africa. Now let's do it all together. Arise, Africa. Thank you so much. So we still have another panel session. But before we do that panel session, we have something very important to play for you. And I'm going to speak a little bit about it before we officially play you the video. So media, please be getting the video ready. We're going to play a very, very important video on screens now. And I would like everybody to pay attention to this particular video. Today we are celebrating a company that has stood the test of time. We're celebrating a company that has been very, very consistent. And we've said it all. When we talk about the BRG, it's not just about real estate. This is a company that rises by lifting others. And I'm sure that each and every one of us here, in one way or the other, we understand the impact that BRG has had in our lives. I mean, if I go to each and every one of you, there's something positive you will say about the BRG. And now we see that BRG is 10 years. This is not 1 year, it's not 2 years. We know how difficult it is running a business in Nigeria. So when you see a business that is being run and is consistent and is standing the test of time, you sure need to give them their accolades. Before we play the very important impact video where I want you to really pay attention to, my story with the BRG is very funny. For those of you that know me, you know that I'll say the BRG made me in one way or the other. They gave me a stage to stand when nobody even knew my name. So I do not joke with this particular company. And whenever they call me, whatever I'm doing, I would definitely be there for BRG. They're fantastic. So ladies and gentlemen, as we celebrate 10 years of impact, 10 years of lifting others, 10 years of changing the lives of others, 10 years of putting food on the table of so many individuals, BRG has been totally impactful. Please, let's watch this video very attentively. Thank you.
10 years. For some, it is simple a measure of time. For us, it's measured in lives transformed, opportunity created, partnership forged, and a future that continues to unfold. 4 decades, BRG has remained committed to one mission: creating opportunities through real estate while building a platform where people, businesses, and communities can thrive. That commitment has opened doors for countless individuals through the BRG Business Opportunity Training, through which we have trained and empowered realtors in Lagos, Ibadan, Port Harcourt, Abeokuta, and Abuja, providing real estate professionals with the support, mentorship, and opportunities to thrive in the industry. Because real empowerment doesn't end with inspiration. It begins when people are given the tools to change their own life. And as more lives are transformed, one thing became increasingly clear: an industry can only move forward when its people continues to grow. That belief gave rise to the BRG Academy, a platform dedicated to equipping real estate professionals with practical knowledge, ethical leadership, and the confidence to succeed in an evolving market. Over the years, the Academy has become the starting point for thousands of professionals who now contribute meaningfully to Africa's real estate ecosystem. As our network expanded, so did the confidence of developers who trusted BRG to bring their vision to the market. These weren't simple partnerships. They were shared ambitions to create thriving communities, unlocking investment opportunities, and redefine modern living. As our network expanded, so did the confidence of developers who trusted BRG to bring their vision to the market. These weren't simple partnerships. They were shared ambitions to create thriving communities, unlock investment opportunities, and redefine modern living. That commitment has reflected in some of the industry's most remarkable developments, including Ambience Estate Series, Frontier Estate, Lakeview Estate, Camberwell Advantage Estate Series, Orange View Estate, Summit Estate, Ariam Estate, Westwood Park Phase 2, Itunu Residential and Commercial, Lekki Havana Phase 1, Lekki Pride Series, Zularish Residences 1 and 2, Downtown Lagos, Echo Paragon, Mega 1 Estate, The Avocado Smart Home, Lowlight Gardens, Mufasa Estate Series, Uptown Court, Citadel View Estate, City View Park and Resort, Capital Lodge, and many more. Each development stands as a testament to what is possible when visionary developers and a trusted real estate partner work towards a common goal. But our impact didn't stop at helping developers sell properties. It extended to helping them see beyond their own bubbles. Over the last 3 years, BRG has brought together 60 real estate developers through the annual BRG Developers Summit, leading high-level investment and market exploration tours across South Africa, Kenya, and Morocco. This summit fostered collaboration, encouraged cross-borders partnership, opened new investment conversation, and strengthened Africa's real estate ecosystem by connecting visionary developers with opportunities across the continent. It is this commitment to innovation, collaboration, and excellence that earned BRG recognition on some of Africa's most respected platforms. We were recognized by Reputation Pool International as the largest and the most influential real estate brokerage firm in West Africa. The African Housing Awards honored BRG as the best youth platform of the year, before recognizing us once again as a real estate broker of the year. Our commitment to transforming how real estate is marketed and connected also earned us the Best Real Estate Networking Marketing of the Year award at the Maya Awards Africa. These awards are more than just milestones. They are reminders that when purpose leads the way, excellence follows. Yet, after 10 remarkable years, we believe we've only scratched the surface. The next decade calls for an even bigger vision. A vision where BRG builds Africa's most influential real estate and investment ecosystem, connecting markets beyond borders, empowering millions of entrepreneurs, driving world-class developments, creating stronger partnership across the continent, and positioning Africa as the world's next great investment destination. Because the future isn't something we intend to witness, it is something we are committed to building. This is 10 years of excellence, 10 years of impact, and the beginning of an even greater legacy.
What we could see in that video is impact. When we say impact, we truly stand by impact. And just before we move into the next panel session, ladies and gentlemen, I want us to listen carefully. For 10 years, BRG has proved one thing. When Africans dare to dream, we don't just dream, we build properties, we build possibilities, we build legacies, we build Africa. BRG are 10, and we're only getting started. Please, let's put our hands together for BRG. And if that video impacted you in one way or the other, I need you to put your hands together the African way, the Lagos way. Let's tell our Africans how we do it in Lagos. Please, let's put our hands together for BRG. We will celebrate 20 years, 30 years, 40 years. BRG lives forever. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll do one more panel session, and then we will officially go on break. But this panel session is quite very very, very important one. So I'm hoping and I pray that you listen very, very carefully. Now, this panel is high-level government and policy roundtable, and this is very, very important in real estate. To be moderating this panel, she's a very beautiful lady, very eloquent. She has a lot to offer, and I'm sure you will love the questions she is going to be asking. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's put our hands together for the beautiful Rosemary Onanoba. Please put your hands together for her. Rosemary says she wouldn't come because you guys are not clapping enough. Rosemary, is that fine? All right, please, let's put our hands together for one of the young minds that is changing the narrative in her field. Rosemary is an amazing moderator, and I'm sure she's going to definitely give us a fantastic panel session. Over to you.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. How we doing? Are we learning so much? Amazing, amazing. This is such an amazing initiative. Well done to the conveners. Well done. So quickly, we'll just go into the next panel session. I understand that we're doing the policy regulation land reform. Media, are we together? Okay. Building efficient real estate ecosystem across Africa. Are we together? Okay, cool stuff. Now, one fact we have been able to establish today is that real estate does not thrive on investments alone. Do we agree? If you guys don't talk, I'm just going to stand up and then would. Hello, everyone. Hi. Hello, realtors. How we doing? So we're doing this for you. There's so much to learn. There's so much to learn. I've been learning. I'm not in this industry, but I tell you, I'm already learning so much just sitting down there. So it will be very encouraging that we'll come together and we'll listen. Are we together? Are we together? Arise, Africa. Our moderator said something. Arise, Africa. I can't hear you. Arise, Africa. Well done. Arise, Africa 2026 is about to go on. So please respond to me when I come up. Thank you. Okay, as I was saying earlier, one fact we have been able to establish today is that real estate does not thrive on investment alone. It flourishes where there's policy certainty, efficient institutions, transparent regulations, secure land administration, and the confidence that agreements will be respected. In this session, we will be discussing policy regulation, land reform, building efficient real estate ecosystem across Africa. You would agree with me that this panel session is arguably one of the most consequential conversations of today's summit. It's not enough to have technology, innovation, or even the investments. The policies and regulation are so important in helping this industry thrive. Today's discussion is an opportunity to move beyond identifying challenges and to focus on practical solutions that can build more efficient, transparent, and investor-friendly real estate ecosystem across our continent. It's my pleasure to introduce our distinguished panelists. So the first panelist for today's conversation is a distinguished estate surveyor and valuer with decades of expertise in asset valuation and investment advisory, championing global best practices and sustainable policy framework across Africa, Mr. Akin Opatola, President of FIABCI Nigeria. Please put your hands together. Put your hands together, guys. Amazing, amazing. Welcome, sir. Welcome. Thank you so much for joining the conversation. The next person joining this conversation, representing Honorable Sylvester Oluwadahunsin Ogunkelu. Please forgive me if I didn't pronounce that properly. Is a distinguished Nigerian legislator and administrator who serves as a member of Lagos State House of Assembly for the Oshodi Isolo Constituency 1 and chairman of the House Committee on Information, Strategy, and Security, where he actively drives strategic governance, effective public communication, and urban safety across Lagos State. Please, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Honorable Ogundikpe Stephen Olukayode. Thank you so much for joining the conversation, sir. Thank you. And the last person on this panel, my last panelist for this conversation, is the Acting Surveyor General of Lagos State, a seasoned surveying and geospatial expert, driving digital transformation, efficient land governance, and transparent cadastral management across Lagos State. Surveyor Odupe S. Olalekan. Welcome, sir. Thank you so much for joining this conversation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I tell you, this is such an amazing event. There's just so much to learn. I don't expect anybody to leave here without learning something. So if you've not been learning, start right now. Are we together? Are we together? Let me see your hands if we're together. Amazing, amazing. Thank you. So I would just like to say quickly that we'll have room for questions. So please, if you have questions whilst our speakers are speaking, write them down, jot them down so you don't forget, right? So that we can take your questions after the session. Are we together? Amazing, amazing. To build a functional real estate market, we must start with the foundation. Clear land titles, accurate spatial data, and workable regulations. Do we agree, my panelists? Amazing, amazing. So, Surveyor Dupe, I would like to start with you, sir.
Okay.
Land administration is often cited as the biggest friction point in African real estate development. So, from a public sector and cadastral perspective, what key reform or surveying innovation are currently being implemented in Lagos State to streamline land verification and shorten project lead times?
Yeah, thank you. First and foremost, let me also join the audience and the panelists to appreciate the convener of this special. It's very important to us in Lagos State for you to have even decided that to be here, because this is where things really happens. And also to emphasize that, first and foremost, I'm a lawmaker, and we have three basic functions, which naturally we must all know at any point in time. One is that you have to represent your constituency and be their voice. Whatever happens there, it is your responsibility to make sure it's well catered for at the House of Assembly. The second one has to be with representation, which I've rightly said. And when you represent, that means you are going to make laws. And that is how it also affects housing, investors. So the laws we make there, majorly problems, challenges we do have is that we need more collaborations from you, because we are not just an entity on our own. We are your representatives. And wherever there are challenges, there are problems, it is for you to bring it to the fore, and we can then look at it and then make proper representation on your behalf. And the third one is oversight. That means whatever the executives, the ministries, the agencies, any of them, even up to judiciary, that you feel strongly is affecting your own as an investor, as real estate agent, is for you to bring it, just like I said, to the fore. And it is our own duty to do oversight and ensure that all stakeholders are brought to that same chamber. You know, like Lagos, we pride ourselves as the house that is above common standard of excellence.
Amazing.
And what we are trying to do there is that we'll bring all stakeholders together, and all will state their views rather than rush to court. Those same matters that have taken 30, 40 years in court are settled here in the chambers. We do the thing cool overnight, because all stakeholders will be there and issues will be raised and it will be handled. So finally, so when all those frameworks are being put together, you can be rest assured that all stakeholders' interests will be taken care of.
Amazing, amazing. Thank you so much, Surveyor Dupe. If there's something you said I like, is the fact that we need to collaborate together. We need to come with our queries, whatever the case may be, and then you will be there to respond to us as a ministry. Thank you so much, sir. That's amazing. Okay, so moving on to the president of FIABCI in Nigeria, Mr. Okpatola. You see firsthand how policy impacts investors' confidence. How can African markets harmonize valuation standards and real estate ethics to lower perceived sovereign risk and attract institutional capital?
Okay, thank you for that question. So a few things. I'm sure everybody here will be aware of the amazing feat that happened just a few weeks ago. Our very own Dangote Petroleum Refinery was able to raise 2.5 billion US dollars. You see, that, putting it into context, is extremely fundamental. It shows that capital is not allergic to Africa. It shows that capital can come into Africa, especially where there is no uncertainty.
Right.
We need things like land reforms. We need to put regulatory processes in place. PwC a few years ago brought out an interesting data, and they said in Nigeria we have dead capital in residential and agric, 300 to 900 billion US dollars. That is huge. So if we put a lot of things in place, we can attract this and be able to put the much needed capital in housing. We've heard a lot of eloquent speakers today talk about the housing shortage in Nigeria, about 15 million, and in Africa, maybe about 50 million. We're speaking about policy, we're speaking about regulatory reforms. If these things are put in place, I think that is the absolute missing link. Thank you.
Amazing, amazing. I like that. There's something he said, guys. I don't know if you caught it. He said investment is not alien to Nigeria. Did you hear that? So you can get investments. You can grow investments, right? Thank you so much. And we can learn from Dangote. He has done that and he's still doing it. Thank you so much, sir. Amazing. So now let's connect the dots between land governance, legislation, valuation, and capital markets. How can state surveying authorities and legislative houses work more closely to ensure property laws reflect the reality of modern geospatial mapping and digital titling? I'll start with you, Honorable Ogundipe.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm happy the acting auditor, the Office of a General, is sitting beside me here. And I also want to also seize this opportunity to also appreciate him, because most of the time, his office is as close as the House of Assembly. Because when matters that has to do with lands and others is brought to our own corridor, it is our responsibility to invite all those involved. That means all land families must be on ground with us.
Right.
And everybody will state their matters, and it is our responsibility to now go into it and then adjudicate and make sure, just like you said, you can't put your money somewhere and you're not getting access. And don't forget the fact that Lagos is a peculiar situation. We have so many facets of problems. You have to deal with your moneyless. You have to deal with different kind of problems on the ground. And we find out that the best option that the House could use in resolving quickly is that whenever your right is being trampled upon, and we don't use it, that is the unfortunate part. Whenever you find out your right is being trampled upon, just write through the Lagos State House of Assembly to Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
And Mr. Speaker will now inform the committee in charge of that particular issue, and all those involved will be invited.
Amazing.
Even if it has to do with Commissioner of Police, will be invited, and everyone will state their matter, including the Solicitor General. And that's the way we resolve the matters.
Amazing, amazing. I like that you said. I'm going to have a follow-up question, but I'll come back to you. Surveyor Odupe, I would like you to answer the same question, which is how can state surveying authorities and legislative houses work more closely to ensure property laws reflect the reality of modern geospatial mapping and digital titling? You know, he mentioned it now. He said, we're going to have to work with you. So,
thank you,
sir.
Madam Moderator. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, sir.
It's not as if I'm trying to blow anybody's trumpet here, but Lagos State House of Assembly is a unique House of Assembly.
Okay.
And they really tried, especially when it comes to land dispute. They even, in Lagos and Nigeria Court of Law, you taking a land case to the court, I'm not sure you will get a solution within 5 years.
Wow.
But in the Lagos State House of Assembly, they are really doing a lot.
Okay.
Cases that seems unresolvable are being resolved within 1-2 years. Wow. That's the truth.
Wow, that's beautiful.
And
yes, please, please. Let's put our hands together for that. That's amazing.
And as you rightly said, the only thing remaining for the House Assembly to give office of this of your agenda and office in the House Assembly complex. Because they call us, we ask those that were affected to submit their survey plans or whatever they have that, will prove their ownership or as the case may be. And we look into it without fear or favor. We produce what we call composite plan. That's, we plot all the survey plans, look at the situation where they overlap, and in some cases, they don't even overlap at all. So, and where necessary, we also go for site inspection. They follow us.
Okay.
There are some cases that will cite an instance of that of some settlements within Ibejuleki. In short, despite their status, we are all there, trekking, doing site inspection, taking our house. So they were there. We were there for like, if I'm not mistaken, like a week or two.
Right.
And at the end of the day, the House of Assembly, in collaboration with the Lands family, were able to resolve everything amicably. And the issue of land in Lagos is more or less like our whole oil well. And I will seize this opportunity to thank the organizer of this of this event, because I think it will have failed people to really know what to do. For instance, I don't think it's right for someone, you want to invest your money, hard-earned money, and you just based on one survey plan brought in by somebody without carrying out independent search. And the best place for you to get the right result is come straight to the Office of the State Surveyor General. Because when it comes to land status, the Office of the State Surveyor General is in charge.
Okay.
And when you just buy a land, and don't rely on what you have on the survey plan.
Okay.
Try as much as possible, let an independent surveyor, preferably from the Office of the State Surveyor General, get to the site, pick the actual position coordinates. It's because at times, land may be about 5 kilometers away. They'll put it in a place where it's free or fall within a section. Whereas the soil plan you are holding is showing a different location. Same thing applies to a CFO. The soil plan attached to it may be showing a different location, but the fact that you are looking at a CFO, you think it's normal.
Same.
That
Yeah.
certificate of
Yeah.
occupancy, you think, oh, I'm investing right. Please take your time. The amount you spend for search, it's not comparable to what you will lose by investing wrongly.
Amazing.
And superb House of Assembly, they are really trying in conjunction with all the Lands family. And when I mean Lands family, I mean Office of the State Surveyor General, Lands Bureau, NTDA, physical planning, just name it. Anything that has to do with land, we work as one. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you so much. But a follow-up question to you, sir. You said we should just write a letter to the speaker, right? How easy? Because I know a number of people would have had 1 or 2 issues with money here and there, or how easy is it to get these letters presented and attended to? Because I'm thinking, if I get to the House of Assembly, I submit my letter, someone can just decide to just shove it on by the side, and then it's not been attended to. So how am I confident enough that when I present my letter, it will be attended to?
Yeah, thank you. Like I said earlier when I said, that is the reason this house, Lagos State House of Assembly, pride itself. Okay. That is a house above common standard of excellence.
Okay.
The point is that you have your representatives inside the house.
Okay.
And every lawmaker is extremely happy when stakeholders from his constituency visits.
Amazing.
It is his responsibility. We have PAs and we have people working with us there.
Right.
And you can as well, if the honorable member himself is involved, walk directly to Mr. Speaker's office. You don't need to see Mr. Speaker. It's for him to acknowledge receipt
Right,
and
of
then
that letter.
of that letter from
Good,
his office.
good.
And immediately, it will within 48 hours, it will get to the committee in charge.
Within 48
Yes,
hours. Guys,
and
did you
he will be
hear that?
involved.
Within 48 hours, whatever issues you have will be attended to. Amazing. Let's put our hands together for the House of Assembly. Amazing. Thank you so much, sir, for that. Okay,
Sorry,
so
and just to add to that too,
okay.
you've seen cases that has to do with lands,
Okay.
and you see people marching directly to the Lagos State House of Assembly. It is part of my responsibility as the image maker, the spokesperson for the house, to receive them
Okay.
and collect their petition paper instantly there,
Okay.
and the matter will be treated. Those signatories to that petition will be invited within 48 hours.
Amazing, amazing. The house indeed is doing so much. Thank you so much, sir. Now, Mr. Okpatola, let me come to you. Okpatola, am I right? Okpatola, thank you. From a practitioner's view, if you could champion one single regulatory policy or land reform across African markets tomorrow to immediately boost project bankability, what would it be?
That's a tough one. So I know for a fact that if we take care of land reforms, we put policies in place, and of course put the right regulatory solutions, that alone will dramatically change the housing solution in the country or within Africa.
Right.
That's one. Two, because of where I sit, I've been opportune to travel to over 50 countries of the world. Every country has its own challenges.
Right.
And it is unfortunate that in Nigeria, and of course by extension in Africa, we don't have a shortage of innovation. We don't have a shortage of course,
True.
challenges with capital,
True.
but land is abundant.
True.
So to answer your question, those three things, if we can touch it and drive it, I think, it will take us to the next level. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Sam. Still back to you. So what policy harmonization or regional cooperation would make cross-border investments easier and more attractive?
So if we had digital land registries,
Okay.
I was speaking to my colleague over there, and he's a big advocate of blockchain and tokenization, using technology to drive real estate. You see, global capital is looking for value. They're looking for a fantastic product. And that's why I had the analogy of what the Dangote refinery was able to do. You know that their private placement was oversubscribed over 3 times, which is amazing and gives a lot of confidence.
Right.
Which speaks to if we have a fantastic housing policy here, anywhere in Africa, we can attract same private capital, institutional funds also to that space. I heard my colleagues speak eloquently about what Kenya is doing. I appreciate that. Rwanda too is an amazing success story around the world. So if we just follow those things, we don't have to do a direct copy, but we follow those right footsteps, and I think that can be a game changer for us.
Amazing. I like that because there's a saying that says you can't do the same thing over and over again and expect a different result. So we can learn from Kenyans and Ugandans and all of that. Thank you so much. I'll pass the same question to you, sir. Actually, everyone. What policy harmonization or regional cooperation would make cross-border investments easier and more attractive?
Okay, like I've rightly said, that we all have responsibilities here. The investors, the real estate must also ensure that our loss that is being done are also being glossed over. And wherever they find out there are challenges, that it's always open to review.
Right.
And that is the reason why we are there.
Yeah.
And it's not just for us to say, okay, we've made laws. It is for them to look at it, and that's the reason why we are representing. And knowledge is being shared. And it's being allowed.
Right.
So whenever they come out, even as a group, makes it more easier, since they are the players on field, and they bring it forward to us, we will look at the current laws available and see the way to move it forward. And that's the reason why you see us talking about reviewing our bills.
Right.
So that it can be with the current tide of things. So it's an open house that allows for that. And when I'm here, I saw the caliber of people that are also in there and the amount being invested. So it's something you can't play with. And just like the Surveyor General has said, that you must do your due diligence and ensure that proper things are done before you put so much of your money into the system.
Thank you so much. That you really have to investigate and do your due diligence. That's very profound. So, Surveyor Dupe, I will pass the same question to you because I believe that there's so much we can learn from every single one that is here. What policy harmonization or regional cooperation will make cross-border investments easier and more attractive?
Yeah, thank you. Actually, in Lagos State, we already have policies in place.
Okay.
For instance, we have PPP, that's public-private partnership.
Right. Yeah.
That is there. Anybody from anywhere in Africa, even throughout the world, you are free to come in. And you will be given allocation. And there's a way, it's a partnership. Probably there'll be some percentage because of the land, amenities. That's the way they work it out. It's already in place.
Right.
That is already in place. In Lagos State, I will tell you that for free. And again, Lagos State is a unique state.
Right.
It's a country on its own. That's the truth. And with the leadership that we have, our governor is Mr. Tokandu.
Yes.
We have so many processes undergoing, to make life easier for people in Lagos State.
Right.
And when you look at Lagos, we have so many, for instance, I think throughout Nigeria, it's only in Lagos we have mapping of the whole state done.
Wow.
And that was
Put
done.
our hands together for that. Amazing. Lagos is really thriving.
The first one was done around 2009, concluded 2010, thereabout.
Amazing.
And the recent one will be delivered, the update, the whole Lagos flight, I'm talking of Google imageries, flight, accuracy, centimeters.
Amazing.
So even you can easily, from the image, you can identify a beer bottle or a can, you know what is written on it. You can even locate a pen on it. So the accuracy is superb.
Amazing.
So, and again, digitization is ongoing. Do you know that we even issue ECFO in Lagos? ECFO.
Right.
Just bring your documents, it will be scanned, and everything will be done seamlessly.
Wow.
ECFO.
Wow.
So even when I sign survey plan, electronically. So Lagos leads, anyway, in the nurture, while others follow.
It
And people are
definitely
even
does.
coming from other states to understudy us in Lagos. That's the truth.
Amazing.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much to my panelists. But before they go, if you have any questions, just one or two questions, let me see your hands up. I'm sure they've said things that triggered you. You had one question somewhere. Anybody, any question? Can I see any hand? So we understood everything that they said. Are we together? Arise, Africa. I can see one hand, amazing. Another hand, just two questions. Okay, just one question. That's fine. Please, can you come forward, sir, for your question? Hello, sir. You have a question.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Aditya Dewey, Crazy Business Strategies at Sajeza Partners Limited. Before I ask my question, I'll say big ups to BRG. Congratulations on your 10 years. That's massive. So my question is simple, we're talking about shaping Africa's next real estate frontier. And when you go around Africa, so I'm going to come back home here in Nigeria, first of all, and say, when you go around Africa, places like Morocco, Kenya, you see how their governments are extremely supporting the developers there with subsidy. We're talking about proper allocations with good documentation. And I'm saying, what's the working framework you can see us applying in Nigeria that can get us to that level where developers are doing not 100, 200 homes, we're talking about 1,000 to 2,000. Because again, we're talking about the most populated, if that's correct English, country in Africa with over 250 million plus people without an official census. So there's more. We're talking 7 million babies born last year compared to America and Japan. Sorry, Mexico. That's absolutely so it's like we want to come in to Nigeria. It's like what's in it for us with urbanization, city development, and what do you think is the working framework that can get collaborations between the banks, the financiers, the government, and the developers, and also the people that then buy the properties? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Please just answer his question.
Okay, very good question. So I think Mrs. Shade Hughes touched on it. So there are three components: finance, supply side, demand side. We don't have an issue with demand. We have the population here in Nigeria and in Africa. The supply is the major challenge, and the finance. For finance, it has to do with affordability. People are building, but they usually build for the middle market and the top tier, leaving the low and the bottom of the pyramid. There's an amazing book that I like to lay leverage on and mention when I come for forums like this, C.K. Prahad, that speaks to fortune at the bottom of the pyramid. If a lot of developers, and we have so many developers here, can also build for the affordable bottom of the pyramid, I think that will also help reduce the housing shortage that we have, number one. Number two is, my colleague mentioned it, PPP is the way to go.
Right.
I'd mentioned it earlier that there is no country in the world that has solved their housing need.
Right.
None. It's an ongoing effort. But government must be at the driving conversation. They must be at the forefront. One of the speakers did mention that government needs to provide the enabling environments, roads, street lights, drainages, so that developers will not, it will make it easier for developers, it will make it cheaper. Then we should stop building estates and do more of communities where you have schools, you have healthcare facilities, you have stations, all within close circuit.
Amazing.
Thank you.
Amazing. Please put your hands together. I'm sorry we can't take that question, but please put your hands together for our distinguished panelists. You know, today's dialogue reaffirms that the future of African real estate will depend not only on what the private sector builds, but also on the quality of the system within which it operates. Effective policy, transparent regulation, and meaningful collaboration between government and industry will be essential to unlocking the sector's full potential. Please, ladies and gentlemen, help me appreciate this amazing panelists. Well-deserved. Give them a well-deserved round of applause.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Fantastic panel session, if I do say so myself. Please let's have our co-founders join us as we take pictures. Please let's give them a big round of applause. This is such a fantastic panel session that they had. Like I said earlier on, there's a lot you learn at Arise Africa, and it's only here that you get to hear it. So please let our founders join us up stage. Thank you so much. Founders, please join us up stage. Board members as well. Let's quickly do pictures. Thank you. Thank you so much. Our founders, join us up stage for a very, very fantastic panel session. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, media, let's do pictures quickly. Thank you. And yes, of course, we have something special for you. We love you. You're amazing, and we'll not let you go like that. We thank you very much for participating. We thank you very much for sharing great insights with us. So please, can we go ahead? All right. All right, please let's call His Royal Majesty to join us. Kabiesio, please join us. Thank you so much. Please let's put our hands together as His Royal Majesty joins us to present this award. Thank you so much.
So thank you for this honor and privilege to be part of these wonderful panels who have done justice to the assignment given to them. And I would like also to appreciate the moderator who moderated this session excellently, very well. Thank you so much. So on behalf of BRG Group and Arise team, it is my singular pleasure and honor to present this award to the president of YAPC Nigeria, Mr. Akin Opatola. Please kindly accept this token from the BRG Group.
Please, let's put our hands together. Thank you very much. An award is a sign of appreciation for joining us here today. You could have been anywhere, but you believe in us and you're here today. And we need to show you how much we love and appreciate you for being here today. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We have one more to go.
I would like to present this award to Honorable I would like to present this award to Honorable Sylvester Oluwadamsi Ogunkelu, Member Lagos State House of Assembly, Epe Constituency 10, and it is my pleasure to present it to his friend so that he will accept it on his behalf. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And if you know Ekpe community, you understand the impact Honorable Sylvester has had in that particular community. So we celebrate him. Unfortunately, he could not be with us here today, but congratulations to him on this one. All right, have one more to go.
This one is for our distinguished reverse surveyor, Odupe Olalekan, Acting Surveyor General, Lagos State. Inú mi á dùn, ayọ̀ mi á kún, ọjọ́ tá bá sọ pé wọ́n di substantive Surveyor General, àṣẹ́gun.
Amen. All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. All prayers will be answered in the mighty name of God that we serve. Thank you. Thank you very much for joining us. It means a whole lot to us. Thank you so much. Please, ladies and gentlemen, once again, do we have one more? Okay. Oh, our moderator, Rosemary, is actually very, very fantastic. She's very eloquent, very good at what she does. And duly deserved, duly deserved.
So this is for our moderator. She has done a wonderful job this afternoon. And on behalf of the BRG Group and Arise team, it is my pleasure to present this token of award to Miss Rosemary Ononiba.
All right, thank you very much. Well deserved. Our moderator did a fantastic job. Well deserved. Thank you all so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That was very, very fantastic. Well done, Rosemary, on a fantastic panel session. Well done, darling. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as speakers and panelists make way off stage, we're going to be taking one more speaker, and just after that we will go on a lunch break. But before then, as you can see, we have actually changed our attire and we're fully dressed in the African attire, and that's why we say in Africa everything stands tall. From our clothes, our music, our food, our fashion, it's just top notch.
So Ria, which African attire is this?
So, you know, I'm Ghanaian, but I'm from the northern part of Ghana. So I'm a proper Hausa girl. So, of course, I have to represent Hausa with this hat.
Oh, so really? So you're an Hausa girl?
Yes. And Naija Hausa will say, can Naija Hausa?
Yawa.
Okay.
Yawa. Somebody say Yawa. Yeah, so just give me 1 minute before you use the Hausa key me. Tell your neighbor, say Yawa.
Tell your neighbor, Mungo de Kunzoyo.
If you continue.
Do we have Hausas in the house, please? Do we have my Hausa people in the house? Yakuke. Tonage Sheku.
All the Awusa people were there, Yamuna face aside. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, tap your number, say, Arise Africa.
Arise Africa.
Now, just before I leave the rest for Ria, please, the way it's going now, you can see that indeed Africa is uniting, Africa is arising, Africa is now. And so if you are here today, in case you want to become very famous, you will see that Africa unites. They don't know that before. You will see jungle justice where they begin to burn somebody that steals with tire and petrol. But now it's no longer like that. So you must have a talent, e.g. dancing talent or singing talent. So anybody wear thief now, you must be.
We have our corporate people here. They are not going to do any of such. But ladies and gentlemen, we'll proceed with the event. Quite good conversations we've been having from our panel session to our keynote speakers. I mean, you can only get this at Arise Africa. So we'll move quickly to this one speaker. And just after that, we'll then go on a break. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my absolute pleasure, to bring up this next speaker. But just before we bring up the speaker, Kelvin, tell me, what are some of the things that, you're looking forward to in the remaining conversations?
Anyways, the remaining conversation is that we end up saying everybody go and eat now.
Okay. All right. So our next speaker is going to speak on building ethical. Okay, a minute. Okay. Our next speaker is going to speak on building ethical and bankable real estate ecosystems, and we know the importance of that. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to welcome Mr. Olufemi Adewale. He's the chairman, Cooperative Merchant Bank, HRM. All right, please, let's put our hands together as we welcome him. He's going to be taking us on building ethical and bankable real estate ecosystems. Please, let's put our hands together for him. Please, let's put our hands together for him. Sir, is it enough? Do you want more accolades? All right, thank you very much.
Project management. He has recently retired as the founding managing director at the Family Homes Funds Limited, a Nigeria-focused affordable housing development and finance company promoted by the Nigerian Sovereign Wealth Fund and the Ministry of Finance Incorporated. Prior to joining the Family
Femi Adewale is a housing finance professional and architect with over 34 years experience in housing finance, development, and project management. He has recently retired as the founding managing director at the Family Homes Funds Limited, a Nigeria-focused affordable housing development and finance company promoted by the Nigerian Sovereign Wealth Fund and the Ministry of Finance Incorporated. Prior to joining the Family Home Fund, he was acting managing director at Shelter Afrique, the Nairobi-based Pan-African housing development and finance institution. He has also held director positions in some of the largest housing companies in the United Kingdom, including Notting Hill Housing Group, one of London's largest affordable housing providers with over 100,000 homes under management, where he was Group Operations Director, and the Guinness Partnership, where he was Investment Director, responsible for one of the largest housing programs. Femi's current focus is developing Afrocentric housing and infrastructure finance solutions which address the unique context of predominantly low-income and informal economies in sub-Saharan Africa. This includes growing a new generation of housing and real estate professionals to take advantage of the enormous opportunities offered by population growth and the demand for housing in Nigeria and sub-Saharan Africa. He is currently chairman, Cooperative Mortgage Bank, and lead consultant at Urban Economics International, advising public and private sector-based clients on urban infrastructure projects. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, with a round of applause, welcome on stage, Chairman, Cooperative Mortgage Bank, Olufemi Adewale.